Warning: Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use, for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
In this crooked game of power politics here in America, the Negro, namely the race problem, integration, civil rights issue, are all nothing but tools used by the whites who call themselves liberals against another group of whites who call themselves conservatives, either to get into power or to retain power. Among whites here in America, the political teams are no longer divided into Democrats and Republicans. The whites who are now struggling for control of the American political throne are divided into liberal and conservative camps. The white liberals from both parties cross party lines to work together toward the same goal, and white conservatives from both parties do likewise. The white liberal differs from the white conservative only in one way. The liberal is more deceitful, more hypocritical than the conservative. Both want power, but the white liberal is the one who has perfected the art of posing as the Negro's friend and benefactor. And by winning the friendship and support of the Negro, the white liberal is able to use the Negro as a pawn or a weapon in this political football game that is constantly raging between the white liberals and the white conservatives.
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description, go to change.org and put your signatures on the petition for reparations. And with that being said, family, we got much to discuss here today. We have much to discuss. I'm going to start out with our geopolitics update, and then we're going to get into, why people are really, the Democrats are showing themselves, why people really don't like them, why people really don't rock with them. And, they took some big L's. They took some big L's, and we're going to discuss those L's here today. But first and foremost, we're just going to jump right on into it. Let me give a B1 salute and shalom to our sister Andrea Jones in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Our good brother Reparations Nation in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Our sister Hurricane Nisi in the building. Much love to you, my sister Queen, and thank you for being here. As well as our sister Aquarius Minded in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, my sister Queen. Our sister Miss C. Phil Davis in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, my sister Queen. Our brother Melvin C. is in the building. Much love to you, my good brother, and thank you for being here. Our sister Mia Kim is in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, my good sister, my good sister. Shout out to our sister Hurricane Nisi, much love to you. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister. Says, Church, I would like to call in today. I have something to say about Jesse Jackson's funeral. All right, no problem, my sister. I will drop the link when it is hot. When we make it hot, my sister. Thank you once again. Shout out to our sister Priscilla Taylor. Shalom to you. Thank you for being here, my sister. Thank you for being here. As well as our good brother Master Musa in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, my good brother. As well as our brother Isaac Holloway in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, my good brother. As well as A. Jones in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, family. As well as Honey Brown Sugar in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, family. As well as our good brother John Son in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, family, as well as our good brother Antithesis in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here as well, my good brother. Thank you for the Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother out here supporting. Much love to you, and thank you for all your support. Much love. Deep One for life in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Brother Reef is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. And for all those who are not in the chat, and for all those who's going to catch this on the replay, gang, much love to you, and thank you all for being here. Now, let's dive right on into it, family, because like I said, I want to start out with the geopolitics update. There's a few things going on in those areas. I told you guys how Iran actually reached out through another party to the CIA, claiming they wanted to, pull out a ceasefire, and let's go here. Oh, before we do, shout out to our sister Mia Kim. Thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And thank you to our brother Melvin C. Much love to you, and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always. Just a contribution to the offering. Much love to you, my good brother. I appreciate you. Now, let's get into it.
Minister, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the war games going on in the Middle East, it seems some wiggle room coming in from the Iranian side to come to some sort of resolution. Iran has been bombarded across Tehran and as well as other military as well as civilian infrastructure across the country, namely the command centers across Iran have been completely bombarded. Even their military installations have been leveled by these consistent American and Israeli strikes. So it seems the Iranian deputy foreign minister has said that Iran is willing to give up its entire nuclear program if there is an alternative offer coming in from the United States. So has Donald Trump pushed Iran to the talking table when it comes to seeking a resolution for the conflict that is only escalating in the Middle East? To get more details, I'm joined by my colleague Greha on the broadcast. Greha, so some concessions seem to be coming in from the Iranian side.
And that's a big statement to make, Ayushman, particularly from Iran, where they are going and putting it in black and white that they are ready to abandon their entire nuclear program if an alternative is offered by the US. Now, how does one look at it? Is Iran on the back foot because of the pounding that it's receiving on part of US and Israeli forces? Or is it that they want the dialogue now? Because remember, the earlier stance by Arakchi was that they do not want a dialogue now that the escalation has come in from America and Israel. But now there is a counter stance that has been brought to fore. So are we looking at a dialogue, or there is an underhanded conversation that is already happening with the US and the Iranian regime for that matter of a possibility of a dialogue? Because we have been discussing about how different narratives are coming to fore when it is about Washington. So is there a conversation that has happened beyond the radar when it is about between Washington and Tehran? Is a big question now that this statement has been made, ready to give up their nuclear ambitions if at all an alternative is offered by America. But what that alternative is going to be is again the big question, because they were stockpiling uranium. They were saying that this is not for building a nuclear weapon. So what happens to that? Whether there will be an IAEA access to their nuclear facilities, whether that granting is going to be given by the Iranian authorities also is something that we'd have to wait and watch out for.
But the IAEA has given that green light to the Iranian nuclear program, saying it's not a weapons grade nuclear program. At the same time, is this also indicative of the fact that there could be factionalism within Iran? Because ever since the death of Ayatollah Khamenei, it seems two different voices are coming in from Iran. One just ramping up the tension, saying they will go scorched earth across the Middle East, and now this conciliatory message coming in from the deputy foreign minister.
While you mentioned about that, the fact that the scorched earth policy of Iran is also now has been extended when it is about the energy sector, how oil, energy, everything seems to be impacted. Probably a dialogue has come in from the Gulf nations, because they are bearing the brand, and because of the Gulf nations, all of the countries that import energy, oil from there, from the OPEC nations, will of course want this reconciliatory stance that possibly Iran is coming to fore with. And also about the leadership question that you mentioned about. Now that Mujtaba is the supreme leader of Iran, there were other moderate factions that have also come in when we take a look at Ali Reza for that matter. Maybe that conciliatory tone is because of that, because they need some kind of a neutral standing somewhere, because a lot of upheaval that Iran has right now gone through. They are still mourning the death of Ali Khamenei. So this could be one particular stance that they want to go ahead and probably have that dialogue with America now finally after this entire exchange of fire. Maybe Iran is on the back foot, or maybe not, who knows?
Absolutely. And
all right, family. So as you heard, Iran is willing, our voices out of Iran is saying, hey, okay, look, we're willing to do a ceasefire, and we're willing to toss away our nuclear program as long as you can give us some sort of, a replacement for that nuclear program, or something, an alternative option to nuclear weapons and things like that. And the man was speaking about, it sounds like there's alternate two different voices coming out, this side and then the side where they're talking about going scorched earth, right? I'm going to let me play this clip here of that very type of notion. This man here is discussing some of that scorched earth policy. Let's go.
But Iran is not a military superpower either, and we're seeing the vast majority of drones and missiles being shot down by air defenses. I mean, surely Iran cannot win a military war and therefore has to go for some other kind of strategy in coming to a settlement.
Iran will defeat the United States. Time will tell.
Shout out to our brother Reef. Iran already has a new supreme leader, the son of the cat who Trump and them. Yeah, from some of the reports that I read earlier today, that dude might be gone too. From my understanding, one of the locations that they hit a few days ago, I mean, not a few days ago, a couple of days ago, they hit a location that had his son in it. They're reporting, they're waiting on a confirmation. So he might not even be breathing, to be honest with you. So we'll have to see. But yeah, he's supposed to take over as the new supreme leader. He was next in line. But like I said, I'm still waiting on the verifying reports to say that he's actually been taken out. But shout out to you for that comment. Also, shout out to Black Rose for this comment, and thank you for being here, my sister. Iran has Black people living in Iran that are not included in their population or society. Excuse me. No medical care or schooling, and Israel dropped bombs on these people. Shame on Iran and Israel. Hey, this is the same thing that Lebanon was saying. Lebanon was saying, hey, both Israel and Iran has broken the cease agreement. So let's be very clear on this. It isn't just one or the other. Lebanon said, hell, look, I don't give a damn. Both of y'all bastards are wrong. So yeah, shout out to you for that. What up to our brother Wallow J in the building? Much love to you, my good brother. Thank you for being here. Let's let him continue.
But Iran is not a military superpower either, and we're seeing the vast majority of drones and missiles being shot down by air defenses. I mean, surely Iran cannot win a military war and therefore has to go for some other kind of strategy in coming to a settlement.
Iran will defeat the United States. Time will tell. And our drones that are being fired are very old drones. Our missiles that are being fired are very old missiles. They're very inexpensive. And Americans are using up very expensive air defense systems. The Iranians know exactly what they're doing. We haven't even begun using our latest technology, and most of Iran's underground bases have not even been used yet. They have not even been opened up for operation. The Iranians have been planning for this day ever since the invasion of Iraq. They knew that at some point, the Epstein regime will go after Iranians, and therefore they've been preparing themselves for many years. We are fighting for our homeland and our sovereignty and our independence.
What percentage of Iran's missile stocks remain?
The vast majority.
Because after last year's war, it was estimated that Iran had used up around 40% of its missiles. Are you saying that was replenished in the last few months?
Those numbers were always fake. Those numbers are provided by the Israeli regime to the media in order to convince foolish Americans that war against Iran is simple. This war was supposed to end in a day or two. The 12-day war was supposed to bring Iran down like a house of cards. That failed, this failed, and now the United States will have to pay the price. And if the United States escalates, that will mean that the most sensitive region in the world, the Persian Gulf, where a quarter of the world's energy comes from, everything could be destroyed. And if that happens, it doesn't even matter if the Strait of Hormuz is open or closed, because there will be no oil or gas, and there will be no tankers. For Iran, this is a fight for survival. For the United States, this is a war of choice.
Isn't the truth, though, that a lot of Iranian people want to see this government toppled? We saw tens of thousands taking to the streets just weeks ago, and many thousands of people were killed by the security forces. So public opinion is divided on this.
Don't believe your propaganda. That's silly.
Well,
I've already had an interview. I've already spoken with your colleague. Though the people who were killed, 3,117 people were killed, hundreds were police officers and people who were patrolling the streets as volunteers, and hundreds of others were ordinary people that were murdered by these militants and these terrorists who were using weapons to kill. In your country, if they kill a single police officer, there'll be outrage. Here, they killed hundreds, including the volunteers. So this was no peaceful protest. And you know quite well, because I know you follow these things. In Iran, on February the 12th, we had millions of people on the streets of Tehran and tens of millions across the country rallying against the rioters. And on February the 11th, on the 47th anniversary of the revolution, we had millions of people again on the streets of Tehran and tens of millions across the country. And as we're speaking, across the country, as we're speaking now, you have millions of people in the streets of Tehran under bombardment, and in other cities under bombardment, commemorating the martyr Ayatollah Khamenei. So
what about the competence, though, of your security apparatus? I mean, after the killing of the Ayatollah with so many senior figures, we have now seen that, again, the clerics have met in the Assembly of Experts building in Qom, and that has also been bombed. I mean, does it not strike you as very odd that senior Iranian figures are still meeting in known places where they can be targeted?
No, no one was in that building. Why do you believe this nonsense? And senior military figures, except for in the office of the leader, a number of people who were killed, no one else was killed. And Ayatollah Khamenei said that I'm going to remain in my house because many people who are struggling cannot leave their homes. And I will stay here till the end because of these people. And he stayed and he was martyred.
All right, family. So that's some of the other side of the rhetoric that we've been hearing. And, you know, Trump said, okay, you guys want a deal? There will be no deal. He said, there will be no deal, only unconditional surrender. Which means, no, we're not going to give you an alternative. No, you can't give us any pushback. All we want from you is to surrender. And then we can talk about everything else later. Let's go here. Shout out to Rael in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here.
Thanks, Shannon. Good evening. I'm Brett Baer. Breaking tonight, the man behind the art of the deal says no deal. President Trump says he will accept only what he calls an unconditional surrender from Iran. This afternoon, the president told me in a phone conversation that higher gas prices are a short blip. He believes they will go down quickly once the war starts coming to an end. Meantime, Israeli warplanes bombed Tehran and Beirut as Iran launched additional retaliatory strikes on this, the 7th day of the conflict. Israel also released video of airstrikes that obliterated the former Ayatollah's underground bunker. Washington Post reporting Russia is helping Iran with its targeting of American forces in the region. We have Fox team coverage. Jillian Turner at the State Department updates the evacuation of Americans from the Middle East. Jennifer Griffin has additional details on the Russia-Iran connection, but we begin with correspondent Nate Foy in Tel Aviv with the latest tonight. Good evening, Nate.
Hey, Brett, good evening. In the first week of Operation Epic Fury, U.S. forces have struck 3,000 Iranian positions, many of them ballistic missile sites. But tonight, Iran is proving they still have missiles to fire. Just about 15 minutes ago here in Tel Aviv, we heard the sirens go off for the 6th time today. We saw about a dozen interceptor missiles get fired off right over my shoulder. So the war rages on both ways. Israel remains on the offensive. The air defense remains strong, but they are inflicting punishing blows in Iran and also in Lebanon. They've hit 500 Hezbollah military sites, including several command centers. Today in Tehran, Israel destroyed an underground bunker built for and often used by Iran's former supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. A senior Israeli official tells Fox Khamenei didn't use the bunker the morning of his death because he didn't think the U.S. or Israel would kill him. We're learning more about the cluster munition that Iran fired at central Israel overnight. They're called dual-purpose improved conventional munitions, or DPICMs. They're incredibly difficult to intercept, and it takes time to clear the munitions. The U.S. gave Ukraine this same weapon back in 2023. So far, U.S. forces have hit Iranian control centers, air defense systems, and communication infrastructure. Many of those targets are in Iran's capital, where the residents of Tehran describe explosions nearly all day long. Tonight, the U.S. military base near Baghdad was hit by Iranian drones, or at least targeted by Iranian drones, as Iran has now targeted 12 countries across the region, including civilian infrastructure, as the U.S. military tonight says the targeting of innocent civilians will not go unanswered. Brett?
All right. So with all this going on, people in the region have been, playing a little defense and a little offense, to be honest with you. You got the UAE getting involved. You have Saudi Arabia getting involved. And Iran has put out a warning stating that if anybody tries to sail through the Strait of Hormuz, that it will be bombed, right? They're going to let off all the fury in the world. Well, this didn't vote over well for the people in the region. As a matter of fact, Trump puts out a statement on this, and he says, effective immediately, I have ordered the United States Development Finance Corporation to provide at a very reasonable price political risk insurance and guarantees for the financial security of all maritime trade, especially energy traveling through the Gulf. This will be available to all shipping lines. If necessary, the United States Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz as soon as possible. No matter what, the United States will ensure the free flow of energy to the world. The United States economic and military might is the greatest on earth. More actions to come. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald J. Trump. So all of the insurance companies basically is pulled out from these other from insuring these ships from these other countries going through the Strait of Hormuz because because of the fact that Iran had already basically put out that threat. So now Donald Trump is saying, hey, we'll insure you, and we'll even use the U.S. military in order to make sure that you get to where you need to get to. Now, that's a hell of a lot wasteful, but that's where we are with this right now. Very idiotic. But one of the things that I've come to realize is the reason why all this is actually happening. A lot of people are basically skipping over some things when they're saying that, oh, well, America's doing the bidding of Israel, this, that, and the third. Trump is on, got BB's hand up his butt and being puppeteered and all this other stuff. And to some extent, that is correct. However, the more you really look at this from the perspective of interest, the more the picture becomes clearer, right? So, Venezuela. Trump took over Venezuela because of the fact that China was getting that oil from Venezuela. Trump was talking about going up or taking over Greenland. And something in my head told me to look it up and just ask the question. Does Russia or China have any interest in Greenland? And come to find out, they do. Well, at least Russia does, right? Russia keeps denying that, this is true, but Russia has been, however, highly active in the Arctic region, refurbishing military bases, conducting exercises, and focusing on the Northern Sea route for shipping. Experts note that Russia has its own significant oil, gas, and mineral resources and does not necessarily need to control Greenland to be dominant, a dominant Arctic power. I don't know why I'm tripping right now. But so when you're really looking at it, and the same thing goes right now for Iran. Iran is a resource. For who? For mostly China. China was getting its oil from Iran and getting is oil from Venezuela. So Trump talking about purchasing Greenland is more about holding that trade route, that shipping route, and being able to control that shipping route in the very same way that the United States is now controlling Venezuela's oil. So I can see Trump making sure that Russia and China doesn't become a lot more powerful than what we want them to become. So it could be both, right? Two things can be true at the same time. BB could have his hand up Trump's butt, but Trump could also be looking out for the interests of Americans by making sure we're not shut out of the shipping routes, by making sure that China doesn't become way more powerful than we need her to be. You get me? So that's just something that I had to come across in my, well, not come across, but I had to ponder in my mind. So I brought it to you, family. Shout out to Sweet Jean in the building. Much love to you. And also shout out to Hello in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This dude is nuts. It's a nut. Where's the military leaders at, though? And Don ain't going to pay up. Hey, and that's a good question, though. You know, where all the leaders at? I would think that he'd be having these type of conversations with them, but we'll see. Shout out to Snatch Adams in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. I want to go here, family.
They're in a panic, Jesse. I mean, look, anytime you have these kinds of military operations that are taking place, they have ripple effects. These ripples are actually tidal waves in China. Think about it. Over the last 58 days, between what happened in Venezuela and what started happening in Iran, China has lost two of its most important allies in the developing world. They were big energy suppliers, about 20 to 25% of their energy. But China was able to buy that energy on the cheap because they were sanctioned companies. They were paying $15 a barrel less than anybody else was. And
shout out to our brother Melvin C for this comment. The potential for rare earths and oils is big in Greenland, but the ice caps prevent a lot of extraction. You're correct on that, but the ice caps have been melting a lot lately. That's why there's been a lot more activity in Greenland, and that's why Russia has been upping the activity in Greenland, right? So you're absolutely correct. There's a lot of potential up there, right? As well as you being correct with the ice caps, but the more the ice caps melt, that's why they're scrambling for Greenland. Much love to you, and thank you for that comment, my good brother. Exactly. It's about energy control, oil control, or United States control. Absolutely. Let's continue.
by the way, they weren't paying in U.S. dollars. They were paying in the Chinese currency. And that has been a long-term objective of China to move away from a dollar-based economy. That is all gone. But it's having effects that we don't even fully appreciate, Jesse. Look at the AI race. You think, what does this have to do with AI? Well, two of the biggest AI contractors in China are Huawei and ZTE. These are big telecom infrastructure companies. They're vital to China's AI capabilities. They both have huge contracts in Venezuela and Iran for which they are now not going to be paid. And you know, we're talking about tens of billions of dollars in contracts of revenue that they were expecting to get that they weren't getting. They were doing a lot of AI testing in these countries. So the ramifications are enormous, and Donald Trump has really shifted the equation with China within a matter of less than 2 months.
And we're testing our AI in real time under extremely dangerous conditions. So we're getting even more intelligence than they would ever get tinkering around on a computer. The fact that now we control anything that ships out of that strait. So much oil flows out of that strait to the whole world. The fact that we now control it, what does that do to China?
It now means we have a chokehold on the strait. Look, assume that China wanted to move on Taiwan, right? There's a military response, but now we have a massive energy response, which is we simply don't allow any tankers to ship oil from the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz. We can do it. It might have been a little bit dicey had we not taken out the Iranians. That's roughly half of their oil. 40 to 50% of their oil is now suddenly not available to them. So those are enormous methodologies. And look at what happens in terms of military technology, Jesse. China provided their most advanced air defense capabilities to Iran. We completely destroyed them. They didn't shoot down one American or Israeli plane. This is reminiscent of 1982 when the Israelis flying F-15s went up against the Syrians flying MiGs, and the Israelis beat them 81 aircraft to 0. What happened after that? They couldn't give the MiGs away. So China now has the problem that their military technology is not recognized as being up to par to the United States. That's going to have huge implications with a whole host of other countries.
Right. So they lose a bunch of customers and they lose face. Now that the United States, if this mission is successful, now we have no idea how this is going to play out. We're praying it works out. If it's successful, what kind of position does that put the United States of America with Venezuela and now Iran more in our orbit?
Well, it means that a lot of countries in the developing world that might have been flirting with China don't want to flirt with them anymore because they realize that, A, China can sign all the quote-unquote strategic partnerships they want, but they're not going to do anything about it if their allies get in trouble. I mean, all China's done is send some scolding messages. They haven't done a single thing to stand up for their allies. Second of all, they understand that this administration is the partner that they want to be in business with, not Beijing.
Family, like I said, there's a lot of stuff that isn't being said on mainstream media. That's what's happening here. And that's why I said the last broadcast, if you're going to keep up on these topics, to make sure that you're using foreign news outlets, because a lot of what's going on out there isn't really getting into America, right? Like this, let me see here. Like a lot of people don't know, Russia out here trying to pitch going back to using the US dollar system. I don't know how this would work, but yeah, Russia's out here talking about returning to the US dollar. I want to go here, family, because while everybody who did join in on the fun or the fight, there was, as I said before, two that didn't: Britain and Spain. And since then, they have allowed us to use their bases, but they're refusing to jump into the fight. And that's not really going well for them in their countries. People in their countries is out here talking like, what the hell is wrong with you? America is our greatest dang ally. And if they're at war, then we should be there too. So, there's a lot of finger wagging going on to Spain and to Britain. Let's go here, family.
If you challenge Donald Trump? Well, it seems Spain is about to find out. What happens if you challenge Donald Trump? Well, it seems Spain is about to find out. So what's going on? Things started getting tense after Spain questioned the legality of the US-Israeli strikes on Iran and refused to let the Americans use their bases for the operation. Now, that infuriated Donald Trump, who was also already angry about the amount they pay towards NATO and threatened them with a trade war.
So we're going to cut off all trade with Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain.
But rather than back down or grovel, the Spanish PM took to TV with one message. No.
Shout out to our brother Christopher Ellis. Thank you for being here. Much love to you. He says, so Russia coming back on some, we was just playing. Oh man, I don't. This could all be strategic too, so let's keep an eye on that. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's basically what's happening. Yes, Donald Trump is a wild card. You never know what you're going to get out of this dude. This dude is so impulsive. That's the word I'm looking for. He's very impulsive. Let's let her continue.
Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain.
But rather than back down or grovel, defeated Donald Trump, who was also already angry about the amount they pay towards NATO and threatened them with a trade war.
So we're going to cut off all trade with Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain.
But rather than back down or grovel, the Spanish PM took to TV with one message: no to the war.
Por tanto, debemos aprender de la historia y no podemos jugar a la ruleta rusa con el destino de millones de personas.
Sanchez said that doesn't mean that Spain is backing the Ayatollahs. Instead, it's calling on Iran, Israel, and the US to stop all this before it's too late. Reminding the world of the lasting consequences of the Iraq War, another Middle East conflict the US dragged us into, in the PM's words. So who is backing whom? Well, Spain's defiant attitude is getting the support of the Spanish VP of the EU Commission, who's denounced Trump's trade threats, as did the EU Council President. While EU heavyweight France's Emmanuel Macron has called Spain's PM to show his solidarity, that's after France also concluded the strikes were outside of international law. But what about the EU's other big beast, Germany? Chancellor Merz was actually in the room when Trump kicked off at Spain, and this is how he reacted.
Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people, but they don't have great leadership.
Conspicuously silent. Now, later he said he didn't want to escalate the fight publicly, which kind of makes sense. I mean, who can forget what happened when Zelensky openly challenged Trump in the White House?
And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. It's back to you far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once this entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you?
Merz said in private he reminded Trump Spain was an EU member, so couldn't be isolated and cut off from trade as they act as a bloc. But the Spanish are not impressed with the US or Germany, saying they're surprised by the Chancellor's remarks as a war of words now bubbles on the sidelines of the conflict.
Yes, my sister. He said he didn't want nothing to do with Spain, you know. And it's hilarious because, like she explained, they're a part of NATO. So it's like you can't really isolate them. You can't stop. Like you got, unless you withdraw from NATO, right? You can't really isolate them. You know what I mean? But it's funny as hell that he thinks that he could. But shout out to you, my sister. Shout out to politicians are not heroes. Shout out to you. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contribution as always, family. This is U.S. News. What is the other side saying? Well, we're going to get into the other side in just a second. Shout out to our sister Shalom, our sister Astarte Jones in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my sister, as well as our sister Tasting Teas with Tony in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my sister Queen, as well as our good brother Bernice Brash in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my good brother. Let's get over here to what they're saying over there in Britain. Shall we?
What are you hearing? Well, so far, at least, we've only seen these reports coming seemingly from...
Hold on. I'm gonna slow it down a bit, make sure everything's clear.
What are you hearing? Well, so far, at least, we've only seen these reports coming seemingly from Israeli media. They haven't been officially denied that I know of so far by the UAE. The reports suggesting that the UAE had carried out strikes potentially on a desalination plant in Iran. Those of us who have been watching this closely would say if you're going to hit someone, you hit the communications tower, you hit the military infrastructure, and you hit the desalination plants. Obviously, this is a big, important factor in terms of when you're cooling oil and gas infrastructure, when you're cooling nuclear infrastructure, for example. But again, no confirmed reports, at least so far, from the government saying that this has been done. This is a country that's managed to stay out of this, at least so far. They've been playing defense as opposed to playing offense. What we do know is that yesterday, His Highness, the President of UAE, Mohammed bin Zayed, was visiting those who'd been injured in hospitals in the UAE, and he essentially came out with his first, on-camera comments since the start of this conflict, and he was saying that when it comes to the UAE, that it's going to protect itself against all threats, and that they have a thick skin and a bitter taste, if you will. They're a bitter prey, which was essentially a warning to those who would continue attacking them in Tehran. But taking a step back and looking at this sort of big picture, this is a country that, as well as the United States, has been pretty tough, for example, on the UK government for not stepping up as an ally. Yes. We've seen the French taking the reins there. We've seen, as well as South Korea and the Italians even offering support to the UAE. But where are the Brits?
And fascinatingly, when we talk about the hundreds of thousands of Brits in the region, a huge proportion
you'd think they'd want to protect their people.
And yet, Why is it that the UAE is being so targeted by Iran? It doesn't seem like it's an aggressive country. I mean, why on earth is the likes of Dubai being hit?
No, so my two-pronged thought on this one is that not only is this a country, of course, that has signed on to the Abraham Accords. They were the first country in the Gulf Arab states to do that, to create an ally in Israel, which was a significant moment. This was one of the things that U.S. President Donald Trump claimed as a major victory during his first administration, and that raised the hackles of many in the region. But also, this is the biggest global city in the region. And that means that, if you're Tehran and you want to get more bang for your buck, you're going to continue to hit Dubai, because that means you have maximum amount of eyes for that destruction. Because as you know, journalists from all over the world are there, putting out on social media, putting out on various news channels, every single hit that Dubai has taken. And there haven't been that many, given the barrage of drones and missile strikes.
And so it's really about Iran trying to sort of puff itself up like a peacock.
Maximum damage.
Appear more powerful perhaps than it is. And yet, strangely, the targets have been civilian. They've been hotels. I mean, is that part of the same strategy?
No doubt. It's about hitting the economy where it hurts. I mean, the Dubai-based economy, the non-oil growth has been significant over the last few years. I mean, they've really moved away from that reliance, at least in Dubai, on oil. And that's something Abu Dhabi, obviously, oil and gas is something that fuels their economy. But remember that this is a country that's really tried to move beyond fossil fuels. I want to take a step back, though, and talk a little bit about Iran versus the United Kingdom versus the United States. I think this relationship is fascinating. Just simply from the American perspective, we've heard Donald Trump coming out and saying too little, too late. Tony Blair's even gotten on the bandwagon and said this isn't how you treat your allies. But when I look at this, I think for the United Kingdom, it is paramount that this ends in a victory for the United States and Israel, regardless of whether or not you think this conflict has value or was worth the effort or is against international law. For the UK, it's vital that they succeed. And simply that has to do with energy strategy and the fact that this administration, this government, Labour government, and the previous government signing on to net zero nonsense put the United Kingdom in a really, really bad position when it comes to cost of living. And that's something, by the way, that this government is not prepared to pay for if oil and gas prices continue to rise.
To play devil's advocate for a moment, if you're Keir Starmer, perhaps you would want to avoid another war in the Middle East. I mean, energy prices are going up because of the action of Israel and the United States. Now, we can all talk about the despotic nature of the Iranian regime, but I suppose from a realpolitik perspective, there will be many people in Britain saying, yes, it's awful. Yes, they're run by criminals and crooks and deeply ideological, awful people. But at least it was relatively stable before this war.
Many people would disagree with that statement. But I think what's interesting also is if you take a step back and look at this with regards to, Israel, Gaza, Russia, Ukraine, and now this situation with Iran, malign actors, 70 years of malign activity coming from Iran. It's targeted those here in the UK, in Europe, as well as in the United States, and of course also in the region. So considering the fact that this is a government that supposedly wants to keep citizens safe by suggesting that they're going to fly them back from the Middle East, despite a lot of opposition, right, for these expat issues, this is not a government who can stand on the sidelines. You can't abandon your allies in their time of need. And suggesting that they don't need to help the United States and help Israel at this point is just counterintuitive, simply because it's bad for this government, it's bad for the economy, and it's bad for the people of this country.
All right. Shout out to our sister Patricia A. Jones in the building. Much love to you, my sister. Shalom to you. Thank you for being here. Let's go here as well.
It's not just the regime in Tehran. It's Putin, a man prepared to send more than 1 million Russian soldiers to their death as he tries to march his army across Europe. It's China, leading an axis of authoritarian states. Just this week, the husband of a Labour MP was arrested on suspicion of spying for China. As instability spreads, these states are pushing further and further to see what they can get away with. At a time when Britain needs strong and decisive leadership, we have a prime minister who is too afraid of making the wrong decision, too afraid to make any decision at all. Last week's by-election has spooked the Labour Party. They watched the Greens campaigning on sectarian voting lines, a tactic that Labour used for many years is now being turned against them. And now, Keir Starmer is too scared to make foreign interventions for fear of upsetting a tiny section of that electorate. Everyone remembers the mistakes of the Iraq War. Nobody sensible is suggesting that we should drop bombs without a second thought. But Keir Starmer spent days consulting lawyers, plucking up the courage to say whose side he was on. Canada and Australia had the moral clarity to do so immediately and unequivocally. And even now, our Prime Minister is sitting on the fence. We are in this war, whether Keir Starmer likes it or not. For too long, Britain has been governed as if it's still the 1990s. Back then, people thought the era of permanent peace, cheap energy, and expanding global trade would go on forever. From 1989 to 2022, defence spending reduced under successive UK governments of all colours. But it's now clear that this era of peace is coming to an end. Labour have no answers to Britain's problems because they think the world is how it used to be, not how it actually is. And where has that money we stopped spending on defence gone? Before the Second World War, 1 in every £7 the government spent went on health and welfare. By last year, it had soared to 1 in every £3. The peace dividend we inherited has been spent, yet Labour are still determined to spend more. What they don't understand is that a welfare state and an NHS are not facts of life. They are products of a strong economy and a strong country. That is the Conservative mantra today.
All right, so that's in the UK there, buddies. That's in the UK. And apparently, more and more information has come out that China has been industrializing Iran. So while all this stuff, this is really, I don't want to say this is really why everything popped off, but behind the scenes, China has been quite literally putting billions of dollars into Iran's infrastructure. China has been giving them weapons. China has basically been to Iran what America has been to the Ukraine. And this is why China has been able to get their oil dirt ass cheap. It's because of the fact that they are quite literally funding everything that Iran does. Iran quite literally depends on China to stay ticking. So this is why this war is really crippling China in a sense, because they have a lot of investment in Iran. And so do the Russia. Russia has a lot of investments in Iran as well, just not as many as China do. China has been working with Iran for some time now. Exactly. Kind of sort of like they did in Africa. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's exactly what's happening, except they're doing it to a larger scale because they've never really weaponized Africans, right? They will go in and build infrastructure. They will go in and, if need be, protect that infrastructure, but they will not weaponize or give Africans any type of weapons to protect themselves. Shout out to Brenda Thomas in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. President Trump playing Storage Wars. Oh, hell. Let's go here, family.
Perhaps with a sign that President Trump knew what was coming tonight in the skies over Tehran. A major strike just took out a lot of Iran's oil infrastructure. A number of refineries seen caught on fire, and President Trump taking a true social before the strike, saying, quote, "Today, Iran will be hit very hard, under serious consideration for complete destruction and certain death because of Iran's bad behavior are areas and groups of people that were not considered for targeting up until this moment of time." Now, no country has been hit harder, Joey, by Iran than this one. Over 40% of Iran's missiles and drones have been launched here at this country where I'm standing, the UAE, the United Arab Emirates. That's twice the number that have been launched at Israel. UAE is a party to the Abraham Accords. And tonight, a skyscraper here in Dubai, about 20 minutes away, 23 Marina, was hit by falling debris after a drone was blasted out of the sky. The Dubai media office says the debris also fell onto a parked car, setting it on fire and killing the Pakistani driver inside. And this morning, another drone also managed to slip through Emirati air defenses and hit the Dubai airport, shutting down operations for a short time. Emirates, the largest airline in the Middle East and based here in Dubai, says it's resumed flights but on a limited basis. Now, Iran's president went on TV earlier today to apologize for attacking his neighbors in the Persian Gulf, but was immediately contradicted by state media moments earlier. Here's Massad Pezeshkian.
The decision was communicated to the armed forces that from now on they should not attack neighboring countries or fire missiles unless those countries attack us.
Now, in the Arabian Sea, the USS Abraham Lincoln continues launching jets to destroy some of the 3,000 targets in Iran the Pentagon says have been destroyed so far. The Ford aircraft carrier strike group has been moved into the Red Sea from the Eastern Mediterranean through the Suez Canal. And as you mentioned, a third aircraft carrier strike group, the USS George H.W. Bush, is preparing to deploy. In fact, we saw one of her escorts, the Donald Cook, leaving Yorktown, Virginia earlier today. That's a place for major weapons onloads, including Tomahawk cruise missiles, SM-3, SM-6 interceptors. Now, for context, Joey, the United States and Israel together are averaging more strike sorties in Iran than the entire coalition during the first Gulf War. And just for some color here on the ground in Dubai, it's pretty relaxed when you go to the mall behind me in front of the largest, tallest building in the world, the Burj Al Arab. In fact, Alicia's favorite stores, Sephora and Lululemon, are here up and running. And many people are just carrying out their business and going about their lives. Joey, although if you want to leave here, it's going to cost you, average one ways to London, about $7,000 to $10,000. That's probably why we drove here. Joey?
Lucas, you're a Navy man. I bet you wear some Lululemon yourself. I don't know. Thanks for the report, brother.
Not on my dead body.
Damn. The average plane trip out of there is $7,000 to $10,000. That's crazy. But I like the way that he just said people are just living their lives, you know. Shout out to our sister Aquarius Minded. So why did Iran hit the UAE more than Israel. I think it's because they have more bases. Don't hold me to that, but that's what I believe. I believe it's because they have more bases than Israel has. However, I could be wrong. There could be some bad blood there, but that is not the only thing that's happening outside of America, family. Apparently, America has also completed a strike or a mission in Ecuador. Yeah, so apparently we're in Ecuador now too. Let's go here.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi, and we are covering some breaking news out of Ecuador tonight. This is from the New York Times, saying the U.S. conducted joint military operations with Ecuador against designated terrorist organizations. That's according to the Pentagon. U.S. Southern Command also posting this video of the operation on X tonight. The Pentagon, according to Reuters, is saying that Ecuadorian and U.S. forces launched those joint operations to combat drug trafficking, according to U.S. Southern Command, although neither side gave more details on the operation. Southern Command is the U.S. military's combatant command that encompasses 31 countries throughout the South and Central America, as well as the Caribbean. Ecuador's defense ministry said in a statement it was working with the U.S. in offensive operation and added that the details of this are classified. This announcement comes after the president of Ecuador said Monday that his government would conduct those joint operations with the U.S. and other allies in March, framing this effort as, quote, a new phase against narco-terrorism and illegal mining. And we also have the tweet that came with this video from U.S. Southern Command. They said on March 3rd, Ecuadorian and U.S. military forces launched operations against designated terrorist organizations in Ecuador. The operations are a powerful example of the commitment of partners in Latin America and the Caribbean to combat the scourge of narco-terrorism. They say, together we are taking decisive action to confront narco-terrorists who have long inflicted terror, violence, and corruption on citizens throughout the hemisphere. We commend the men and women of the Ecuadorian armed forces for their unwavering commitment to this fight, demonstrated courage and resolve through continued actions against narco-terrorists in their country. That's coming from U.S. Southern Command, along with that video of the operation there in Ecuador targeting terrorist organizations and drug trafficking.
All right, family. So apparently we're in Ecuador as well. It is what it is. All right. So that's what's going on outside of the United States. Now let's jump back into the United States and let's have a conversation. We got to talk about this funeral of Messy Jesse Jackson. Now, before we do so, shout out to our family JJ in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, family. Shalom. Now, before we do so, I got to say something. It must be addressed, and I will address it. Jason Black has taught us a lot. Jason Black has taught us much. And one of the things that he's taught us that I've personally taken to heart, and you guys hear me quote him all the time on this network. Well, Jason Black loves to say, you got to watch these old niggas. And if I may quote him, even when it's him. So Jason Black does a broadcast on Messy Jesse's after he passed. And I didn't see it right away. Shout out to our good brother Black Truth United, because he came out with a video and I was like, what is this? I watched it and I just couldn't believe my ears. I couldn't. And I want to make sure that everybody understands where I'm coming from. I don't have a problem with people having a difference of opinion. If I rock with you, I can disagree with you and still rock with you, especially if you have been on the right side of things, right? I can let you know that I disagree and I can still rock with you. A difference of an opinion don't sway me none, because as people, we can have our own opinions. I have my opinion, and I was very clear of what my opinion of the situation was. And in case anybody needs any type of reminding, My opinion on the situation is
fuck Jesse Jackson. No.
And if you need to hear it again,
fuck Jesse Jackson. No.
And one more time for dramatic effect.
Fuck Jesse Jackson. No.
Now, I don't feel as if I have to, let me put it like this. I don't feel that my feelings on Jesse Jackson has to be everybody else's feelings. Some people may feel the way they feel. I'm going to feel the way I feel. Y'all heard me say Tariq. He basically said how he feels, and I said while I don't agree with what he said, right? He said that he could still tip his hat to Jesse, even though he's done some problematic things. I can respect what he said because that is his opinion and that is his choice. So I'm not going around here trying to impose my choice of
fuck Jesse Jackson
on anybody. And nobody should be trying to tell us what we can and cannot say about Jesse Jackson or anybody that has sold us out and has been continuously brought up in the realms of being a sellout when it comes down to foundational Black Americans. That whole broadcast irked my soul because it was like Jason doing a 180-degree turn when quite literally we've been holding these people feet to the fire justifiably. Now, I don't know, maybe behind the scenes, he knows more than we know about what Jesse was doing behind the scenes. As of right now, I don't care. And I'm going to end with this. You told us to watch these old niggas, including when the old nigga is you. And everybody who called up trying to give their take on it and explain to you and say to you, well, hey, you told us this. Would that make you the old nigga that you warned us about? Jason has a special place because of the knowledge that he has put out. But that does not mean that he cannot be wrong. Everybody can be wrong. And everybody can feel the way they feel about being right or wrong. Nobody can tell you who to hold accountable and how long to hold them accountable. I will hold Messy Jesse and everybody else who has screwed over our community accountable in life and in death. I don't give a damn what or who you are. If you chose the life that you chose, you also chose to be talked about in the way that you're going to be talked about. If you chose to be a bootlick, then guess what? Your legacy will go down as you being a bootlick. Now, did the bootlick do some good things? Maybe, could be, possibly, but the fact of the matter is he was still a bootlick, and ain't nobody gonna tell me I'm wrong or right for expressing the fact that I have a disdain for these bootlicks that sell our people out. I don't care how much respect I have for you, how much love I have for you. When you're incorrect, you're incorrect. Every one of us, every damn one of us, we're able to hold people accountable because that's our damn job, to hold these quote unquote representatives accountable for the bull stuff they come with. That's it. That's all. And for anybody, I don't care who it is, to say you don't have the right to do that unless you're on the level of a Jesse Jackson, that is asinine. And I don't care what you're saying. I emphatically disagree. And with that being said, family, it is now in the rear view. I'm not saying that you got to throw Jason away, throw the baby away with the bathwater. I'm not saying that at all. But if we can't call out the nonsense, even within each other, then what damn good are we? This is just entertainment at that point. And as much I know I'm an entertaining guy, I'm not here to entertain. I'm here to make sure that our people understand the gravity of the situation at hand. And anybody who had a hand in putting us in the situation, oh, they're going to get this everlasting work, in the words of Vicky Dillard. And even if it's me, I expect it 100% full, because I said some off-code stuff that somebody will come to me and say, hey, nigga, that's hella off-code of you. Nobody is exempt. This also goes to show for all the people that says we're an echo chamber that that's not true either. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to drop the link into the chat. And you guys can come up as we go through the next segment. You could just, if you feel the need to come up and say something, the link will be in the chat so you can do so. We're going to make this interactive. So let me go ahead and get this link here. And let me go ahead and star this link so we can pin it. All right. Now, let's get into the funeral of Messy Jesse. Or, you know what would be a better term to call it, a better title? The DNC powwow for their hatred of Trump. That's what it quite literally turned into. It quite literally turned into a I Hate Trump rally. They did with Jesse Jackson, and I want y'all to take this as another example of how they're the two wings on the same dirty ass pigeon. They did to Jesse Jackson what the Republicans did at Charlie Kirk's funeral, just without the fireworks. Now tell me I'm not telling the truth. Our sister Miss Hurricane Niecy in the building. How are you doing today, my sister queen?
Good evening, church and family in the chat. I would like to give my comment as you show the videos, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
First off, I wanted to show Jesse Jackson Jr. Jesse Jackson Jr. He actually, at the beginning of the funeral, he had one request and one request only. Leave your politics outside of the door. When you come in, honor my father and the things that he's done. Shout out to Noah Randall. Thank you for being here. So let's go here.
Dad believed that funerals were not for the dearly departed. He believed funerals were for the living. He believed that they were great gathering meetings, and no two lives in human history will have the same number of people attending their funerals, or the same people will be at their funerals, because your friends ain't my friends ain't your friends. We don't know the same people. You don't know the same people that I know. Do not bring your politics, out of respect to Reverend Jesse Jackson, life that he lived, to these homegoing services. Come respectful and come to say thank you. But these homegoing services are welcome to all, Democrat, Republican, liberal, and conservative, right wing, left wing, because his life is broad enough to cover the full spectrum of what it means to be an American. We only ask people to come and be respectful in the context of the extraordinary life that he lived. Dad would have wanted us to have a great meeting to discuss our differences, to find ways of moving forward and moving together. And if his life becomes a turning point in our national political discourse, amen. Amen.
All right. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. That was a very, very simple request, you know, and anybody with a brain, anybody with a heart, anybody with a spirit and soul can understand not weaponizing someone's funeral. Unfortunately, that's not what we got.
Hell to the no.
Come on up, Melvin C. Shout out to you. Thank you for being here.
I'm on.
You're on. You're in.
Oh, okay. Yo, how's everybody doing? Chat, Church of God, Power, Peace. Hey, you know this is whack, man. Because it's I'm not one who's been like I always thought Jesse was messy. You know what I mean? But this is the same thing that happened a couple of years ago when the Palestinians protested at the Mother Emanuel churches in Charleston, South Carolina, where Biden was given the address about the slain Black Americans in that same church from Dylan Roof. Palestinians took over and nobody had nothing to say. And it's like you go into a church and that wasn't the Biden thing, was an actual service. It wasn't just a thing he was doing that church to have a speech. I mean, obviously it was that, but it was a church service that interrupted an actual church service. None of them got charged like they trying to make a big deal for Don Lemon. You know what I mean? This is all performative bull crap. The Democrats, you know, I'm gonna cut mine and cede my time for somebody else that may be able to elaborate what I maybe brought out a little bit more. Man, this is bull crap, man. We have no friends politically, and Democrats have shown they ass time and time again. They've imported a whole millions of groups of people to replace the quote unquote loyal voting base. Nah, man, Democrats. If a FBA, Black American, ADOS, whatever you identify yourself as, if you voting for the Democrats, man, you's a fool. And I'm done. Peace, chat.
Shout out to our good brother Marvin C. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is a little bit more egregious than what happened down there in the church. The reason why is because this is an actual funeral.
And there's a time and a place for everything. And what was pulled at this funeral, I'm gonna say it now. You can still show your clue, but I know for me, if I was at that funeral, I'd have jumped up, hollered and cussed while bum rushing the pulpit, and I'd be laying some hands, some feet. I'd be whooping that ass and ask the Lord for forgiveness afterwards.
Okay, tell us how you really feel, Miss Niecy.
I mean that bullshit. You ain't gonna disrespect my deceased loved one with your goddamn bullshit political propaganda. Hell to the no. As the saying goes, I can show you better than I can tell you.
Let's get into some of it. Let's get into some of it right now. Shout out to Still Kevin Trees in the building. Much love to you. Let's start out with Al Sharpton. Here's a clip of what he has to say.
That motherfucker.
And I will never forget, he said, Al, you see what that artifact is? I said, what's that? He said, they call it the door of no return. When you go through that door, you either made it to America to slavery or you died in the Atlantic. The door of no return. But I talked to him about 3 years ago, and I reminded him, I said, remember when you brought me to the door of no return? He said, yeah. I said, well, we did return. We returned the president of the United States, Barack Obama. We returned the vice president, Kamala Harris. We returned with businessmen.
Now I got to pause it right there. You're talking about the door of no return. You're talking about something specific to foundational Black Americans, people who were sold out of Africa and was brought over to America. And then you say, but we did return. we returned as President Barack Obama. We returned as Vice President freaking Kamala Harris. Neither one of them went through the slave trade over here.
Hell
so
no. And Skate Mala, who's some of her ancestors owned slaves.
Exactly.
Tell it all.
Exactly. This made no sense. They're both one. Obama was just returning home because he is African. You get what I'm saying? And Kamala, that's just some goddamn random woman on a Tuesday.
She a drunk hoe, period.
What you think she be sipping on, Miss Niecy? What's her brand?
Who gives that? She got drunk on that dick and fucked her way all the way to the White House.
Okay, yes. This is why we call her Hurricane Niecy in the building. Let's let it continue.
They thought they sent us as slaves. We came back as global liberators. The problem is that too many of us did not join the movements that sponsored us. And there was a breakout in 2024 called Negro Amnesia, where you forgot where you came from. And
pause right there. Pause right there, church. What he just said, that Negro amnesia, that was a direct shot to FBA and the couch. And I say this, repeat defeat 2026. Continue.
No, you're absolutely correct. That was a part where I was going to have to pause anyway, because where he said we forgot where we came from, as if anything that we did over here was because we came from over there. And that has never been the case. Everything that we've ever done here, fighting for our freedoms here, is because of the fact that we have something that they don't have over there in Africa. Otherwise, you would see somewhere like America in Africa, but you don't. Absolutely don't. So we didn't forget where we came from. We remembered where we came from, and that's what's hurting their ass. It's hurting bad too.
As I say, payback is a motherfucker.
Absolutely.
And it's warranted. Long overdue.
Well overdue. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Therefore, they're trying to take back everything you have. I asked Michael Eric Dyson, our prominent scholar, where in history is this? He said, we always go one step forward and two back. Well, here we are now. The problem is not Trump. The problem is us. We are allowing ourselves to be lowered and our children to feel inferior because you don't have an I am somebody person. You got our artists calling our women bees.
Okay.
What does that got to do with Jesse's homegoing service? What does that have to do with it? Not jack shit.
Not nothing. He was trying to take shots at us once again. Our children don't have a I am somebody person running around here. They don't need a I am somebody running around here, especially when that I am somebody is selling them out.
Come on now.
What they have right now is foundational Black American grassroots. And guess what? They do have a I am person. They have all of us who's saying, I am FBA. I am the foundation of this country. I am an American citizen while everybody else is fighting to become one. I am what you hate the most. Somebody who's going to hold you accountable. And our children is seeing that, and they're getting that I am spirit. Because guess what? They already had that I am spirit, because the Most High is dwelling in us and has been dwelling in us. And that's why we've been the fighters. That's why we've been the liberators. That's why we've had our thumb on the pulse of all morality across the globe.
And let me say this, church.
Go ahead, my sister.
We as FBA, we already know we the Most High's chosen people. We've been given the directive by our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Stand down, delineate, power tools at the ready, get your supplies as needed. And if you bring the noise, we gonna answer the call, but it ain't gonna be the way you expect it.
Shout out to our sister Miss Niecy, and also shout out to our good brother Christopher Ellis. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. Tithes and offering for this fire revival review. Much love, and much love. Thank you very much, my good brother. Let's let Al, the big head bouncing ball. Let's let him continue.
Others calling us niggas. What happened to us? What happened to black and proud? What happened? I'm gonna vote. What happened? Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. What happened to us?
Pause. What happened is your ass is old, your ass is a relic, and we ain't the civil rights generation, motherfucker. We are FBA lineage movement. We gonna make it do what it do, damn it, and your ass just can't handle it. Oh well, sucks to be you.
Yeah, and honestly, to be 100% honest, what happened to us is we become a lot more savvy.
And we woke the fuck up too.
Exactly. We've become the most politically savvy group in these United States of America. While we were asleep, everybody else got to eat off of us. While we were asleep, everybody else got to steal our identity and get the benefits of being us. While we were asleep, people such as yourself, Al Sharpton, was put in positions of power in order to keep us gatekept. What happened to us? We woke up. And because we woke up, the rest of the world who got to eat off of us while we were sleeping, they're losing their minds because now we're wide awake, staring them dead in their eyes, saying, I dare you to touch my plate. I dare you to touch my plate. Don't even
pause
sit at
right
my
there.
table.
Pause right there. Let me tell you something about myself. Two things Miss Niecy don't play with. You don't fuck with my food. You don't fuck with my money. I will fuck you up.
That's it. And I'm a Taurus, so you know, god dang it, that is my thing too. Don't mess with my food, don't mess with my money, and then one more thing, don't mess with my sleep. When I'm sleeping, don't bother me.
Ooh, come on now.
Let me get my beauty rest, because god dang it, you would hate to see me when I am not, let's say, when I'm in a cranky mood. Let's just say that.
Also, I want to apologize to the family for the cussing, but this is warranted. So please forgive me, family.
No worries, Miss Niecy. This is your platform too. Go ahead and let it out. Do what you do. Let's go to what Obama had to say, shall we?
Oh, this motherfucker. Ooh.
Yeah, hold on to your teeth. I know it's gonna, you know what I mean, kind of cringy. I was cringing my teeth when I heard this too. Let's go here.
In a time when it can be hard to hope. Each day we wake up to some new assault on our democratic institutions. Another setback to the idea of the rule of law. An offense to common decency. Every day you wake up to things you just didn't think were possible. Each day we're told by those in high office to fear each other and to turn on each other, and that some Americans count more than others, and that some don't even count at all.
What does that have to do with Justice
Kettle? Hot kettle. Hot kettle. What the fuck did you do for FBA, Barry? Not a fucking thing. But you gonna reap what you sow, brother, and it's coming. Reciprocity coming quicker than you think.
Not just quicker than you think, and quicker than you can even speak. That's
come on now.
I'm because here's the thing. I don't know why they keep trolleying out Obama. They keep bringing this man out as if he still sways anybody who's not a part of the boule. Obama has no damn sway. Y'all might as well put this man back into a damn closet somewhere, lock him down.
I got a saying. One of my late aunts. This is what you call Barry a broke dick dog. No integrity, no honorability. See, he was supposed to sleep, kept us sleeping. Well, he kept us slept for what, 8 years, some of us. And I admit, I voted for that nigga twice. But now I know.
Yeah, see, I voted for him the first time around, and then the second time I couldn't in good conscience do so because, like I said, holding these people accountable has always been a situation. Barack Obama being the first quote unquote black man, I say that in air quotes, to go into the presidency and then spend 4 years ignoring the people that put you there, that was a slap to the face. And I said, no, your ass you're not going to get my vote. I think I voted third party that year because of it, you know. So I can understand the feeling of being pissed off at somebody you actually gave 8 years to. That is ugh.
Oh, to answer Christopher Ellis' question, Obama is a Kenyan wannabe chocolate white boy.
Obama is a white African. That's what he is. He is a white African. Shout out to our good brother Cool Keezy in the building, as well as James Brown, as well as Mbutu in the building. Much love to all of you. Thank you for being here. I want you all to see how much clout this man Obama do not have. Let's go here.
Barack Hussein Obama, please have several seats, sir, or whatever pronoun you prefer. You've already served your 2 terms, and apparently it's hard for you to come to terms with the fact that you are no longer relevant, but you are no longer relevant. You were the biggest hoax that the elites pulled on this country, because we thought that by electing you as the first black president, although according to history, you are not the first black president of this country, but in our lifetime, we thought that by electing the first black president, that we were fulfilling the Martin Luther King, I have a dream, we shall overcome agenda, when we were actually undergoing a different agenda. You pushed your LGBTQIA LMNOP agenda across the globe, okay? You won the Nobel Peace Prize after several wars were started under your administration, and before any of you blacks come on my page talking about how I'm a sellout because I'm not going along with someone that's similar to my skin tone, there was a leader in Africa by the name of Muammar Gaddafi that was working on behalf of Africa and that did a lot for the African people, and even reportedly offered $1 billion some years ago to the Nation of Islam to help black people in our country, but our government would not allow them to receive the money because, of course, they don't give a damn about us. So this leader that did a lot for black people and across the globe was assassinated under or during the Obama administration. Okay. Also, Obama was what's called the deporter in chief. He deported millions of illegal immigrants, although the media doesn't like to bring that up. They only like to dwell on Trump. And he reportedly was behind the cages that those kids were in. Okay. We also remember how he tried to penalize us if we didn't get medical insurance, although they were giving illegal immigrants free medical insurance. So y'all can miss me with this, oh, because you black, I need to think and be for you. No, skin folks does not mean kinfolk for the final time. And here recently, Obama was on videotape telling Democrats that they needed to get tougher. Okay, you tried to effeminize everything with your policy, sir. Do you want them to be tough or do you want them to be feminine? Make up your mind. And then told them to stop whining when you all were about to put a wino in office if you could have got away with it. Didn't even hold a primary, but was about to put a wino in office. So I would just say by now, Mr. Obama, you need to just go somewhere, please. Go somewhere over the rainbow and disappear.
Amen, amen.
Family, she got on the over the rainbow. Oh, I love that. Shout out to that sister right there. That just shows right there where Obama needs to be. Gone. Because you're not swaying our community no more. Everybody who you lullaby to sleep was woken, shaken, awoke by the nonsense that your vice president did to us as well. All the people who was against foundational Black Americans, who was saying that we were a cult and all this other stuff, a lot of them came over to our side after seeing the 4 years under Biden. A lot of them. Many of them Obama turned off so much and then Biden turned off so much, started voting Republican. That's how much these people are hated in the community. So Obama, like the lady said, maybe you should go over the rainbow and go and deal with your rainbows. Miss Nisa, you want to say something before we head to the next clip?
Fuck you, Barry.
Simple and play. Let's get to what Kamala had to say, shall we?
No, you mean skank de jour.
Willie Brown's little get down.
Mm-hmm. Shriveled up bitch.
I predicted a lot about what's happening right now. I'm not into saying I told you so, but we did see it coming. But what I did not predict is that we would not have Jesse Jackson with us right now to help us get through this.
Family, I want you to understand how disrespectful this woman just was. This woman, the first thing that comes out of her mouth is, I told you so. And then she said, but I didn't think Jesse wouldn't be here to help us through it. No kind words, nothing. Usually when you go up to talk about somebody that just passed away, usually people start off with something along the lines of, you know, well, I knew Jesse X amount of years, and all the years that I've known him, he's always been A, B, and C. Or maybe something along the lines of, what can I say about Jesse Jackson? I've learned so much from him, this, that, and the third. No, this woman got her narrow ass behind that microphone, and the first thing that she felt she was inclined to do, what she had to do, was say, I told you so. And to be honest with you, the I told you so, it ain't, I don't know who it's for, because it ain't for us. I told you so to your immigrant population? Are you meaning I told you so to the Hispanic folks that was talking about I will vote for Donald Trump? Because you can't be talking about us. We're rarely being affected in this situation, which is pissing all the people who are being affected off because they thought that it was going to be us.
No, new day, baby. Bite your own shit. Hold your own nuts.
New dawn, a new day.
Come on. And this delusional bitch thinks she gonna run again in 2028?
You know, if they bring this woman out, they bring out either her or Gavin Newsom. They're just asking for a landslide. They're asking for a landslide loss. You know, neither one of them are polling well. Neither one of them has any type of people who really support their campaign. They're supporting rhetoric, right? Like Trump bad. And people like, yeah, Trump is bad. But what do you
But what's your policies? What policies do you have specifically for foundational Black Americans?
Absolutely. And
nothing. They have nothing.
And this woman and that man don't have any policies. What they do have is, I'm going to push this boogeyman scenario as far as I can push it. Well, Trump is going to be out of office in 2028. What are you going to do? And everybody is seeing the same thing that they saw the last two times she tried to run. She ain't worth shit. And the same thing goes for Gavin Newsom. Newscum. Yeah, shout out to Cool Keezy for this. Let her tell it. Trump unalive Jesse. Yeah, it's Trump's fault too. This would not have happened if it wasn't for Donald Trump, don't you know?
The truth of the matter is, since the founding of the United States of America should have been properly named Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yep. Yep, that's you see all the Sodom going on. We didn't caught some of that Gomorrah action as of late. So yeah, that's just about right. You know what I mean? Let's let her
Church,
continue.
you already know, the family already knows. We are in the end times. We are actually watching in real time the book of Revelation.
Mm-hmm. And I can't wait to see this new earth. You dig me? Because it's
Amen.
coming.
Amen.
Let's let her continue.
Let's get through this. And this afternoon has been such a beautiful remembrance of his spirit, his life, and his faith. And in a way that Reverend Al talked about it and so many others have, I do think of this afternoon as what it is doing for me to renew my faith in what is possible, fueled by the hope that Jesse Jackson so often reminded us of.
All right, so that was Kamala. But I got to go to one of the most egregious people they let speak.
Sleepy Joe.
Sleepy Joe. And
Lord, you know my heart, but I got to say this. That motherfucker still breathing.
Oh, they resuscitated him that morning. Just understand that.
No, that ain't resuscitation. I don't know what that is. Botox, a reject, what?
This is one of the most egregious situations at this whole event. And the reason why is because this crypt keeper, shout out to Aquarius Minded, the crypt keeper himself called everybody in that piece dumber than him.
And don't let me say it. Play it, please.
They clapped and applauded like a bunch
that was some straight up bullshit.
Straight SEAL action. I didn't even know that we had so many SEALs in the Black community, but this is exactly what you see. Let's go here.
If I told you all earlier when I was a kid I had a cleft palate or a club foot, none of you would have laughed.
Let me give you the actual speed because I'm making him sound too on point.
If I told you all earlier when I was a kid I had a cleft palate or a club foot, none of you would have laughed. But it's okay to laugh at stuttering. I'm not being critical of you, but think about it. It's the one place where people think you're stupid. Oh, really? I'm a hell of a lot smarter than most of you. No. Well, kidding aside, if I told you all,
I'm a hell of a lot smarter than most of you. This man is in a room full of black folk.
And being insulting. And them stupid motherfuckers clapped.
Laughed and clapped like they were getting a fish. This is despicable. I don't want to hear none of these people talking about how racist Donald Trump is when this man just stood up in your face and told you that you're stupider than he is. And this is not the first time that this man has been openly anti-black.
Oh, yeah, talking about if you don't vote for me, you ain't black, bitch.
Oh, exactly. Or, you guys going to have to get with the Hispanics who makes up more of the majority than you do. This man is the racist that they say that Trump is. This man is the racist that they say Trump is. Is Trump a racist? Sure. But you cannot say that this dude isn't more racist than Donald Trump because everything that he did was followed with policy. Everything he said was actually due to him being a racist. And then he followed it up with more policy.
The only difference between Sleepy Joe and number 47 is a fucking imbecile.
I want to say they both are, but I think that Joe probably got a little bit more brain power sometimes, I guess you could say. But
you mean shit power?
Yeah, there you go. Shit for brains. Shout out to our good brother Black Alpha in the building. Much love to you, my good brother. Thank you for being here as always.
Black Alpha here in the chat.
Yes, our good brother Black Alpha is in the chat.
Drop the link for him. Come on up, Black Alpha.
Oh yeah, the link is in the chat. Let me drop that one more time just in case our good brother want to come on up and speak to the matter at hand. We go ahead and drop that one more time there. So the link is in the chat if our brother wants to come up. Let's hit this next clip real quick because the only people at that whole damn funeral in my eyes that made any type of sense there was Stevie Wonder and Jesse Jackson Jr. at the end and the beginning. So let's first get into what Stevie had to say. Because Stevie came out there and said, hey, we got to call out white supremacy Damn all this, y'all out here with agendas. I'm about to say it like it is. Go ahead, Stevie.
You know, since 13, 14 years old, I've heard that song, and I thought it was we who should overcome. But today, it is not we who need to overcome. It is you, and you know who you are. You need to overcome hate. Come on! The mindset of white supremacy. Mm-hmm. You know, there's only one supreme, as we all know in the world, and that is God. Amen. You shall overcome the need to dominate every single country and every people. You need to overcome gun violence, gang violence, cartel violence, government violence, and domestic violence. And then this nation needs to overcome whatever fear that keeps us protecting child traffickers. Children must be protected across party lines. Their innocent knows no politics. Please don't be distracted. Please don't be distracted from protecting the most vulnerable among us, our children. Reverend Jackson, you knew love could overcome hate. Just protect and honor the God you say you serve. It's not about the religion, it's about the relationship. And as hate no love secure, you can rest your mind assured that we hold the key to ending all hate, all poverty, all destruction, by believing, not by just what we say, but by what we do, to make the world love again. Thank you.
Now, family, like I said, he has made the most sense out of 3 presidents. Well, yeah, because Kamala was a vice president. You can call her president. So out of 3 presidents that spoke, it took an entertainer like Stevie Wonder to go up there and say something that actually should have been said, something that actually made more sense than anything that any of those presidents said. Now, that was the respect that you should have went up there with. That was the respect that these people should have gotten their ass behind that microphone with. And because they didn't, you know what that did? That pissed off Jesse Jr. And Jesse Jr. had to get up there and get some straightening up in that church. Let's go here.
I listened for several hours of 3 United States presidents who do not know Jesse Jackson. He maintained a tense relationship with the political order, not because the presidents were white or black, but the demands of our message, the demands of speaking for the least of these, those who were disinherited, the damned, the dispossessed, the disrespected, demanded not Democratic or Republican solutions, but demanded a consistent, pathetic voice that at no point in time ever sold us out as a people. And it speaks volumes about who the Reverend Jesse Jackson was. Our message has already been delivered today. I can see it all over my mother's face. Rise, Jesse, rise. Give Jonathan Jackson another great round of applause for delivering our family message to the world. Let's hear it for the congressman.
Family, he was a little bit more nice than I would have been.
Yep.
I'd have been up there, mother F all of y'all. Everybody who stood up and clapped for anything they had to say up here that didn't have nothing to do with my father. F all of y'all. All of y'all is under the watchful eye of my hateful ass from now on. I have a vendetta. The V for me stands for vendetta against you people. I'm going to make sure neither one of you folks ever get back in office. As long as I live, you will never be able to get back into those offices. That's how I would have came at all of them. You got dang pieces of trash. Like that's family. It really got to me because it's not even about Jesse Jackson. It just goes to show once you are under the thumb of the Democratic Party, once they use you as a puppet, even in death, you will be used as a puppet. Even in death, you will be utilized as the tool for them. Shout out to our sister Stolen Ancestors. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister. It is beautiful to see you. Obama is an oxygen stealer. Kamala is an unused crayon. Well, damn. I never heard anybody call it an unused crayon. All right. And last but not least, Reverend Jesse Jackson, I flushed his narrow behind down the toilet with the rest of the bullshit a decade ago. Good evening and B1 family. Shout out to our sister Queen Stolen Ancestors. Much love to you. God dang. All right, Marvin C., you came back up. Obviously, you have some things to add.
Well, yeah, I'm kind of going back, and it's kind of going back on the Sharpton comment, and that was about, what he said, we have arrived or whatever, bull crap he said. And it's like, that is so demonstratively performative, because if we really arrived, we would have had our reparations already.
Right.
There wouldn't have been any type of pushback. There wouldn't have been no bullshit HR 40s. It would have been legitimate looks at trying to redress. So Al Sharpton, as his moniker fits him as being the damn the snitch or the informant, his words is null and void, as well as the presidents who spoke. And I agree with what you said earlier in response to my comment. This was a more egregious offense in the fact that they desecrated a funeral on top of the wishes of the family already being stated. That's hellfire punishment to me.
That was deliberate. And
Yeah,
all of them
exactly.
the Most High gonna punish all of them.
Exactly.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, because I wouldn't be surprised if that was in spite, right? They heard his comments and his request to leave the politics outside the door, and they're like,
and basically everybody who got up there to speak was saying whatever they said. Translation: "Fuck you, Jackson family."
Yeah,
exactly.
Basically, yes.
Exactly.
That's the only way you can take it.
That's the only way I would take it. If I deliberately told people, hey, you're welcome to come into my house, just make sure you take off your shoes because I got white carpet.
Right.
And people come into my house, and 4 or 5 people out of everybody, I invite 20 people over there, 4 or 5 people deliberately say, man, fuck that, I ain't taking off my shoes, and just walk into my house and put their muddy ass shoes all over my white carpet. That's exactly what they're doing. This is exactly like the sketch from Dave Chappelle, the fuck your couch, the fuck your couch. This is exactly what it is.
I'm serious. I will say it again. If I was there at that funeral, I'm serious. I've been calling Jesus, hold my mule, and I've been acting a fool.
And see,
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, brother.
Hey, so like what Hurricane DC was just saying, I'll feel that, because it's like what you were saying on that example of walking in the couch. You know what I'm saying? I mean, walking on the carpet. Every one of them would have got escorted out of my house with extreme prejudice. It's like,
no, ain't no escort. They got drug out.
Well, that's
Black
what I'm saying.
and blue
Extreme
and bloody.
Prejudice. Extreme prejudice.
They
That's
got
what I'm
thrown
saying.
out like jazz. That's what happened.
They would have been tossed out like my man on the Fresh Prince and shit. He would have got
Shout out to our brother Zavon Scott in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. No, I understand that feeling because trust me when I say that was one of those moments where you guys remember the Sandman. The Sandman should have been coming pushing people right off stage.
Oh yeah, with that hook.
Yeah, just go. Dude, as soon as they start talking about anything outside of Jesse Jackson, somebody should have came with that hook. Like, nope, get your ass off this stage. You dig me? And it's sad that we have to even say that. It's sad that these people don't have the common decency. And not, like I said, these are the same two dirty ass wings on the dirty ass pigeon. Because the same thing that they did with goddamn Charlie Kirk, that's what they're pulling here. Now, the one difference is you actually see the Jackson family saying, hey, leave that at the door. Do not bring that in here. Where
what did they do? They said, fuck you and your door.
Exactly. But the difference,
that's exactly what they did.
Erica Kirk actually welcomed all the attention. Erica
that was
Kirk
the difference. Yes.
Welcome all that, the whole powwow to make it a MAGA rally and all that other stuff. That's the only difference. But at the end of the day, the Democrats and the Republicans have played the same damn card. It's like they're playing Go Fish and someone's reusing the card that they had in their deck.
It's the anti-black goldfish.
That's it. I'm going to play this clip right here. Then I'm going to give you guys a chance to give your closing statements. Let's go here, family.
Now, I really want to know what Jesse Jackson family got to think about this after they came out and told these bum bitches that don't get on stage talking about politics. Like, I really hope every single one of Jesse Jackson's family members felt disrespected. Because I know y'all was in there laughing and shit, but y'all probably just didn't want to turn up. It's all good. But I'm going to need y'all to come out and say something. I'm going to need somebody to come out and say something. I know damn well y'all not about to sit here and take this disrespect after you told these niggas, don't come to our granddad, daddy's brother, all that. You feel me? Funeral with y'all bullshit ass politic takes. And these niggas went and did it. Like, are y'all going to take this? I hope every single one of them go and vote Republican. I really do. After this, bro, if them niggas don't go vote Republican after they sat there and disrespected their own family member's funeral, that just lets you know them niggas is truly brainwashed, bro. Because it ain't no way after yesterday, and I was a part of it, I'm about to ever in my life vote for them people again. And I heard Jesse Jackson didn't even like Obama, old bitch ass.
And he didn't.
You show up to a man's funeral where the entire point is to talk about his life, his legacy, his accomplishments. Somehow, y'all managed to turn that shit into a damn political press conference. I mean, shit, the audacity is almost impressive. Kamala got her ass up there talking about, I predicted a lot about what's happening right now. I'm not here to say I told you so. When someone says I'm not here to say I told you so, that's exactly what the hell they're doing. That's like saying no offense right before you say the most offensive shit known to mankind. This is a fucking funeral, not a State of the Union therapy session. Then Obama steps up there with his dramatic voice like he's narrating a Netflix documentary. We're living in a time when it can be hard to hope. Every day, another assault on democracy, another offense to common decency. You know what I think is an offense to common decency? Using a man's funeral as a political dog whistle roast session for an administration like they personally took the man out. That's wild to me. Because the last time I checked, funerals are supposed to be about the deceased, right? Not your loosely thin campaign speech. And let's not act brand new here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you better get in line. Because wasn't it Jesse himself who once said on a hot mic that he wanted to cut Obama's nuts off for talking down to black folks? That's why I don't put shit past anybody. People will barely talk to you in life and then turn around and get drunk and eat chicken at your funeral. And these politicians, man, they all fucking smile in your face, quote scripture, talk about unity, and then sneak their political fucking agenda into your damn eulogy. If you really want to honor the man, here's a fucking bright idea. Talk about him, his life, his fight, his accomplishments, not your hatred for the other party, and then definitely not some sideways jab at the commander in chief. Like the whole fucking room is too stupid to catch it. But hey, you know, that's politics for you. They'll turn anything into a campaign speech, even a fucking casket.
And that's the truth. And that's why it is very important. And this is one of the major reasons why I want to make everybody very, very clear-headed about this. When we call out these shills, it's for a reason. Because these shills, regardless of the fact that at the end of the day, they don't have the power, but they can be used to wield power. If you choose to bootlick for the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, even in death, as I said before, even in death, they can still and will still use you. You have given them all carte blanche to continue doing whatever you were doing in life after you're gone. That's it. And that's why we're so focused on making sure that we get what we need and nobody else's input matters to us, because everybody who is riding and shilling for the Democrats or shilling for the Republicans, they're going to meet their just desserts. After the tool is broken, they still use the tool, apparently. We're not the tools. The only people that's speaking in common sense terms is foundational Black Americans. That's it. That's all. But I'll allow you two to say your final words before we move on to the next segment. My sister, Miss Nisi, if you will.
Well, my son, I've already told him, my funeral is invitation only. If you ain't speak to me in life, your black ass ain't gonna be at my funeral at my death.
I feel that. Don't pop up on my life. Don't pop up on my funeral if you wasn't there in my life.
Thank you. And I don't know a dead person yet who can smell flowers.
Facts, Miss DC. Facts. Oh, snaps. All right, my brother Marvin, you want to give your end of statement?
Hey, I appreciate Nisi's candidness. Yeah. And it's cool to hear her voice too. I'll see you in the chat, but I don't really have anything more to say. I appreciate you having me on and peace chat. I'm ready to, let the church service go on and go to the next segment.
Thank you, Brother Church. Thank you, Brother Marvin. I'm going back in the chat. Love y'all.
Love you
Peace,
both.
same to here too.
Thank you both for coming on up. And family, like I said, this is why, and I saw in the comment, they said, someone said, I didn't know that I would need a Miss Nisi church collab, but, I didn't know that I needed it either, but you know what I'm saying? I'm glad I got it. And every time I get it, I love it. So much love to our sister, Miss Hurricane Nisi, as well as our brother Marvin C. Now, family, moving right along, the reason why I wanted to touch on that today is because there's a lot of things happening and the Dems are taking a lot of L's. And, like I said, these people continuously show themselves to be the devils and the demons that they truly are. So now some of the policies of the devils and the demons, they're kind of getting rolled back. Oh yeah, family. And this is good for us. This is definitely good for us. So let's start off here. I want to make sure we start off with our good brother, Donnie C. Shout out to him. And he's going to be speaking about the poverty rate and, in California and educational drop off in California and all these other things. Cause I want you to see where this is going.
Y'all, California has the highest poverty rate, unemployment rate, and Mississippi schools are outperforming California schools. And this is Gavin Newsom's response.
The highest poverty rate, tied with Louisiana, the highest unemployment, and as Nick Kristof of the New York Times recently wrote, Mississippi schools outperform California schools, especially for poor kids. Now, people see that or hear that or read that, and they're like, no thanks, California. No thanks, Gavin Newsom. We're good.
Yeah, well, the poverty rate is, you talk about the supplemental poverty rate. Our poverty rate's about average. And we're right there with Florida and Louisiana and others with the supplemental poverty rate, which has been the case for 40 years. And the original sin there is housing, which has been a problem in California since Ronald Reagan left office this summer. And we simply have a supply-demand imbalance, and we have zoning policies and NIMBYism that have been legendary. And we've finally broken through with some of the most progressive housing reforms in U.S. history. Our biggest critics, like Ezra Klein, would even acknowledge that progress in that respect. As it relates to our schools, we've seen some of the fastest improvements since 2011 till today, as it relates to achievement and reading scores and test scores that we just announced in every category, socioeconomic and grade. We saw progress, particularly interesting at LA Unified School District. As it relates to Mississippi, it's interesting, it's well established. They hold people back in third grade. And so they have this sort of interesting, their scores tend to be a little bit inflated because of some of those policies that are not necessarily standard policies that everyone wants to promote across the country.
So more excuses, more deflection, and whatever Mississippi strategies, whatever they're using is working. Where's the solutions at? Where's the strategies that will work to improve or bring up the education level in California? You have kids out there that rather fight ICE agents than pick up a book. You heard me? They rather fight federal agents than pick up a book and get educated. That's how bad education is whooping their ass. And there's no solutions. There's no strategies in place. It's just more blaming and deflecting. Say what you want to say about Mississippi. And, he spoke on Mississippi. At least they came up with a strategy that works. You're the highest in poverty. No job opportunities out there in California. And they're supposed to be one of the biggest economies in the world, not just in the nation. And you can't fix none of these problems? Wow. But yeah, that's Gavin Newsom.
Do you think he's going to become president? Gavin can't even hold California down. You think he's going to hold down these United States of America? The United States would look like California if Gavin Newsom got his ass in the Oval Office. So as a Californian, I am goddamn proud to make sure that that never happens. In the very same way that I'm proud to make sure Kamala Harris never sniffs the White House Oval Office desk as her own. A B1 salute to our sister C. Terry in the building. Much love to you and thank you for your super sticker. Your donation is blessed tenfold and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister. As well as shout out to our good brother Eddie Foster in the building. Much love to you, Boilermaker. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Now, I want to go here. Family, remember when HUD told the illegals, well, told basically the landlords, they have 30 days to verify whether or not the people within their properties or the people they're renting to actually has citizenship? In case you don't, let's go here and get a little reminder.
HUD confirms it. Remember in my last video when people were saying, oh, she's exaggerating, maybe this isn't real. Well, here it is in black and white from HUD itself. And let's be clear, this is not a proposal or something that might happen. This is a directive coming directly from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And it directly affects every Section 8 tenant and every landlord who participates in Section 8 housing, period. HUD confirmed that citizenship and eligible immigration status must be confirmed for every household receiving federal housing assistance. If you're a Section 8 tenant, this is what you need to understand. HUD assistance is restricted to those who are citizens or those with eligible immigration status only. Yes, that's always been the rule, but what's changing is the enforcement. And now landlords, this part is critical. HUD is making it clear that the burden of compliance is not just on the tenant, it's also on housing authorities, property managers, and participating landlords. So if verification is missing, delayed, or incomplete, you are now the enforcement chain. HUD didn't say when you get around to it or eventually, they said you've got 30 days. When federal agencies restate rules this clearly, it's usually because audits are happening, enforcement is coming, or compliance failures have already been identified. And at this point, I think we know all three are true. 30 days goes fast. Share this video for those who need it. HUD confirms it.
Shout out to Sean. Thank you for being here, family. We Californians are waiting for the day that Nabisco is out of office, and I can understand. I can understand. Shout out to Taste of Teas with Tony. She says California is turning into Mexico. Well, we're going to talk about that. Just put a pin in that comment and we'll get back to it, okay? Because there might be a little hope left. There might be a small inkling of hope. So put a pin in that. We'll get back to it. Now with this situation with HUD, they had to go through, and check and make sure everybody are citizens. But it don't just end there, family. Now that situation has been taken care of or whatever. HUD said we ain't going to stop there. Oh, y'all got mixed families? Get them out of here too. Let's go here.
Says is, and if you're living in HUD-funded housing.
Hold on, I'm going to slow that down so we can make sure it's clear.
You have to be an American citizen or eligible. Yeah. If you're not, you cannot live in HUD-funded housing. What does this do? It prioritizes American people and American people only with taxpayer dollars. And so that opens up space for Americans to live in American taxpayer dollar housing, which is public housing authority through HUD. We also made it so that if you're here illegally, you cannot get an FHA-backed mortgage, right, which is taxpayer-backed mortgages. You have to be an American citizen to get an FHA-backed mortgage. I alluded to our qualified citizens' new proposed rule to close that loophole of mixed status. During the Biden administration, one could say, I want to live in public housing through HUD. And they could make a declaration on their form that says, I'm a U.S. citizen with no proof. Wow. And because they're a U.S. citizen, now those that are in their family could also sign a form that says, I do not contend my immigration status. And so now you have legal and do not contend, which create mixed status inside of HUD-funded housing. The Biden administration was turning the blind eye to the law. We're not. We closed that loophole. So now we estimate there will be a transfer of about $200 million of assistance to go to eligible U.S. citizens to live in HUD-funded housing. And so closing our border, securing our border is a big deal, even as it pertains to housing. Yeah.
Family, now with that being said, you know who had a problem with that, right? Oh, yeah, you had a bunch of people, especially in LA County, come out saying how this would hurt folk. Let's go here. Whoops-a-daisy. Hold up.
Families are calling on the public to oppose proposed HUD rule.
It would require all residents in HUD-assisted housing to provide proof of U.S. citizenship or legal immigration status. Eyewitness News reporter Annabelle Munoz has the details.
Immigrant families have lived in fear and uncertainty over immigration operations. Now, community groups say they face a new threat: eviction.
This administration is seeking a rule change that would put 1,700 local families with children on the street immediately.
The administration proposed a rule that would require proof of U.S. citizenship or eligible status for every resident in HUD-funded housing, describing it as a measure to close loopholes.
Nearly 1 in 5 public housing households in our city is mixed status.
Joined by LA City Council members, some mixed status families shared their testimonies.
No solo es mi familia.
Now, family, damn the LA City Council. Those were the same folks that was behind the scenes talking about making sure Black Americans didn't get a piece of the pie. Nuri Martinez and them. These are the same people who said, F that guy, he's with the blacks. These are the same people that has been colluding for years, keeping funding out of Black neighborhoods and cycling them to their neighborhoods. The exact same people are now out here talking about how this could hurt a bunch of families. Well, what about our families? You didn't give a damn about our families. You quite literally deprived us of resources to help your families. And you think that we're going to stand up against this? No, not at all. Especially in California. Get your ass up out of there. There's people on Skid Row right now who needs that help. There are people all over California that needs that help. Get your leeching ass off of our programs that we pay for with our tax dollars. Let's let it continue.
Son miles de familias las que están.
It's not just my family, it's thousands of families who are at risk, said Josefina Estrada. She and her husband earn a living cleaning homes.
Fue una bendición para nosotros.
She says the news of living in public housing was a blessing after living in an expensive one-bedroom apartment with their children. Elected officials warned the impact would be far-reaching.
That would put families out on the street, would decrease our public safety, would increase poverty.
Councilmember Eunices Hernandez introduced.
No, you created poverty. You're creating more poverty by not housing the citizens of our country. That's creating poverty. You're choosing illegals, people who are not citizens and should not be benefiting from a citizen program. You are selecting them over the people who are suffering from poverty, who are American citizens. Make that make sense. And while they keep talking about hurting families, let me tell you something.
Fuck him, goddammit, and fuck anybody with his ass. Yeah.
And I'm going to tell the truth.
A resolution adopted that opposes the proposed rule.
While we argue over scraps, they protect the wealthy elites. Immigrants are not your enemy, your neighbor.
A resolution adopted that opposes.
That would put families out on the street, would decrease our public safety, would increase poverty.
Councilmember Eunices Hernandez introduced a resolution adopted that opposes the proposed rule.
While we argue over scraps, they protect the wealthy elites.
Family, I want you to understand how delusional these people are. These people came with a resolution to oppose the rule. But guess what? This rule is implemented through HUD, which means it is a federal rule. You are a city, you're a local government. What makes you think your opposition can stop the federal rule from coming down? It makes absolutely no sense. And then this woman here, she goes on to talk about how this is all for the sake of billionaires. This has nothing to do with billionaires. How many billionaires you know live in goddamn Section 8 housing? I haven't met a billionaire in Section 8 housing. Now, I've met people who claim to be billionaires, but they're usually off their rocker or something. But I've never really met a billionaire who lives in Section 8 housing. How does it benefit them? And if you really think about it, most billionaires have companies, right? And most companies, they hire illegals in order to get cheap labor, right? So wouldn't those billionaires want to keep those illegals here so that they can get cheap labor for their companies? I'm just asking for a friend. See, when you really start disaggregating their talking points, it makes less and less sense. Less and less sense.
Argue over scraps, they protect the wealthy elites. Immigrants are not your enemy. Your neighbor in public housing is not your enemy. The family using Section 8 is not your enemy. Mixed status families are not your enemy.
Wrong. They're all my enemy if they're here illegally and they're taking from a family who is a citizen in this country, who are citizens in this country. They're absolutely my enemy. When they come to my community and take our resources, they're absolutely my enemy. When they come into the country illegally and expect us to give them everything under the damn sun that we don't even have, yeah, they're my enemies. They're 100% my enemies. And anybody who's out here speaking for them is my enemy as well. Anyone who speaks for these people is an enemy to me. We're not going to allow people to come into our country and disrespect us while getting a bunch of freebies that our tax dollars pay for. What kind of nonsense does that even make? But immigrants are not your enemy. It's not about them being immigrants. It's about them being illegals and being put into our communities and draining our resources. Right now, that crooked bastard Brandon Johnson just raised the goddamn property taxes on all the folks out there in Chicago to pay for programs for goddamn illegals. And the people that are hit the hardest with this 113% goddamn price hike is foundational Black Americans over there. So what happens when you can't pay your property tax? You're going to be pushed out the damn area. They can take your house because you didn't pay the property tax. And who do you think they're going to be giving that to while they got these programs housing all these illegals? Yeah, they're my enemy. They're my ops. They're all the ops. Now, if they come in and do it right, they go through the process, and they get what they need to get after going through the process, I'm less inclined to not like it. Because at least they went through all the years it took to get your citizenship. But even then, there are some programs that immigrants should not receive. There are some programs that should be strictly for citizens. And I mean, people that has been here 10 years or longer. And I don't mean in the waiting process. I mean, you would have had to be a citizen for 10 years plus before you could touch the type of programs that I feel that we should have as citizens, like god dang Section 8, like all the county programs. That's why I like the fact that Trump said, hey, if you ain't got the money, when you get over here, you're not going to be eligible for no programs. Because those programs can go to people who truly need it, who are citizens. Let's get back over here.
The city council took the same action in 2019 when the first Trump administration proposed the rule. Today, they urge the public to submit their comments in the Federal Register by April 21st. Reporting in downtown Los Angeles, Annabelle Munoz, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
I'm going to look into that register.
It's going to be hot when that.
I'm going to look into the Federal Register to see where we can send our comments, because family, we need to be sending our comments in too. We need to be making sure that they know that this needs to pass. This needs to go through. Really, it doesn't need to pass because it's a rule that they just implemented. So yeah, do not listen to anybody say that this will hurt families. No, we need you to get them out. Shout out to our sister Tasting Teas with Tony. California has proposed $500 million in the 2026-2027 budget for the 7th round of homelessness housing assistance and prevention. They just gave $20 billion. Gavin Newsom just disappeared with. This makes absolutely no sense. And I don't think it should go through. I don't. All you have to do is do what you need to do, like get those folks out of these housing areas, deport their ass the fuck back. And you'll, be able to fix that homeless crisis like that. $24 billion. Thank you, my sister. He lost $24 billion, just went up in smoke. Oh, that's right. It didn't just go up in smoke because, he spent multi-millions on a mansion. But I digress. Family, with that situation on hand, you're going to have your little Crayolas coming out acting as if this is just a loss for all American families. You gotta understand, all the families going to be hurt, don't you know? Let's go here.
Thousands of families in LA could lose their housing under a new federal proposal, and I have not heard enough people talking about it. For some context.
No, we're going to slow you down. Family, I've learned now that
thousands of families.
1.25 is a sweet spot. Let's go here.
In LA could lose their housing under a new federal proposal, and I have not heard enough people talking about it. For some context, you guys, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, they are proposing a new rule that would affect families that are mixed status. A mixed status family is basically when some members of a family are U.S. citizens or have legal status and others don't. And as of right now, these families can still live in public housing and still use Section 8, but right now the housing assistance just depends on who qualifies and who doesn't. But under this proposed rule, every single person would have to prove their immigration status, and if one person is not eligible, the entire family loses their housing. Everyone. This is a very big deal here in the city of LA because 1 in 5 families families here in the city of LA are mixed status families, many of them with US citizen children. That means that thousands of families could face displacement if this moves forward. And at least here in LA, local electeds like Mrs. Hernandez are raising the alarm. She literally just introduced a resolution today that was adopted to oppose this federal rule. And just to stress, this rule is not final right now. It's currently in the federal public comment period, which means residents, organizations, local governments can oppose it. And these public comments matter a lot because agencies are legally required to review every single comment. And sometimes when they receive a large volume of comments, it can force revisions. Any resident can submit a comment individually or sign advocacy coalition letters.
Well, there you have it right there, family. www.regulations.gov/comment on/HUD-2026-0199-0001. So that's where you go. That's the website. Make sure each and every one of you, when you get a chance, make sure you do this. Go to that website and make sure your voice is heard about this matter. Make sure that these people understand that these programs was never designed to give illegals a leg up in a society in which they shouldn't even be in. Make sure that these people understand that we will not stand for you selecting illegals over citizens in order to get programs, funding, whatever. Because you can bet your bottom dollar they got a whole goddamn machine going right now. They got a whole machine going right now with a bunch of fake people emailing. I guarantee you, I can feel it in my soul. So we got to make sure we're just as on point with this. And shout out to our sister Aquarius Minded for saying this. Screenshot it, family. Screenshot it, pass it around. Let everybody know what's going down. Let everybody know what's going down. Excuse me, had to take a drink of some water here. Let's go here, family.
So I don't know if y'all saw the Instagram post that HUD dropped about mixed eligible families on like housing assistance, rental assistance programs, right? So over the last couple of months, they have been like conducting an audit via like HUD and DHS to determine if people actually are eligible for the program, to see if people actually have like, you know, citizenship and stuff, right? In their audit, they found over 200,000 households that had incomplete like eligibility information, or they were never truly proven to be eligible for the program. They found over 24,000 families were not actually eligible, and it was only 20,000 like mixed households that was like, I guess, accurate. So now I go to the HUD website, and on the page, they're telling people to pack their bags. So basically, they're trying to say that they are eliminating any loopholes, trying to catch any frauds. And well, from what it sounds like, they may be moving forward, trying to eliminate this source of income for mixed households. But people are confused because, you know, if you have rental assistance and you have a mixed household, usually the child is like the one who is receiving the actual rental assistance. So I don't know how they're going to work. I don't know how they're going to work this out, but this is something very crazy. HUD is crazy for posting this on their site. We're wondering what's going to happen. Most of all, I'm wondering what's going to come from all of the audits that took place and who is going to be responsible. Mind you, this is a proposed rule, so it was not finalized. So we don't know if it's actually going to go through, but with the way they move in, they forcing people's hands with a lot of stuff. So this may be, I don't know, but did y'all see it?
A B1 salute to our good brother Jesse Paris. Much love to you. And our sister Anita Harrell in the building. Shalom to the both of you, and thank you for being here. Now, family, she says something, and before we go there, before I do that, let's go back here for a second. Everybody screenshot. Want to make sure that this is screenshotted. Put a 1 in the chat if you were able to screenshot this before we move forward. Toss a 1 in the chat if you were able to screenshot this before we move forward. I want to make sure everybody got this. Because like I said, these people, they're going to be on their job, and we got to be on ours too. All right. Looks like most of you guys got it. All right. Shout out, shout out, shout out. Shout out to our sister Cooking with Miss D in the building. Much love to you, my sister queen. Thank you for being here. Now, let's go back over here, because this woman said something. This woman says something that shouldn't be allowed. This woman stated that when there's mixed families on these programs, usually it is the child who is receiving the assistance or the Section 8. Let me be very clear when I say this. Receiving government assistance programs need to be like buying a pack of cigarettes. If you are not 21, if you're not 18, you should not be able to receive those benefits. Let me say that again. If you are not 18 years old, you nor your family should be able to receive any type of benefits from the government. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of when I was younger in LA, and I would go to one of my friends' house, and for some reason, the parents would put the bills in the kids' names. So my homie, this dude, he had a guy. Well, I ain't gonna lie, he had good credit by the time he was 18. But that's not the point. My point is, it reminds me of when the parents used to put like utility bills and things like that in children's names. If these people are not old enough to receive federal funding, they should not be receiving federal funding, and they shouldn't be able to receive it through anybody, period. There should never, especially when it comes to housing. Why? Because we cannot just go and receive funds for housing just because I have a baby and that baby is put on the lease of the house. That makes no sense. That baby can't sign a contract. How the hell is the baby receiving any type of Section 8? So yeah, there needs to be a law. And Trump, I know that you be listening to us. I know the government be listening to the new black media. So I want y'all to hear me and hear me clear. There needs to be a law put on the books that says, or a rule, make it a rule so that it's HUD. Make it a rule so that it's any federally funded program. There needs to be a rule on the books that states all applicants must be 18 and older. If you are not 18 and older, you do not qualify. Your parents do not qualify. Your uncles and aunties and grandparents do not qualify. If you are the citizen at hand and you are not 18 years old, you cannot apply for anything housing-wise or any program that are made for Americans. It is very simple. Exactly, my brother Kukizi. It's fraud. It is fraud. In the very same way that if the phone companies finds out that you put the phone in your son's name, they can sue you for fraud. Especially if it's a child, they can sue you for fraud. Now it's different if you're 18 and you go to your mom's house and her phone is off and you're like, Mom, you need a phone. I'm going to go ahead and put my name on it so that you can have a phone in the house because you need a phone for emergencies. That's different. They're old enough then. So there should not be anybody able to go to a Section 8 office and fill out an application using a child as the name who the Section 8 will be in. That's fraud. So I'm absolutely glad that this is a situation that they're shutting down and cracking down on this type of situation. Because like I said, hell, there are real citizens that will be able to benefit from it. Let's go here to this sister here who has some words to say about it as well.
I am having a great day, and it gets even better. It gets even better. Now, you illegal immigrants out there, y'all were doing so much. You now have to verify if you are legal, if you are receiving housing, Section 8, HUD, and all of that. Oh my God. And if you are not legally here and you're on housing, you will vacate the premises immediately. Now, if this ain't America, I don't know what it is. America is getting back into shape. We're getting back great. And you know something else about it? I am not upset at all. Come over here legally. Want to be over here legally? Do the work. Do the steps. And you motherfuckers won't be in the shape that you're in now. Boy, I can't wait. I am having a great.
Shout out to that sister. She kept it simple, kept it plain, and she kept it truthful. Now, I got to take the pen back out of the comment that our sister, takes a tease with Tony said that California is becoming Mexico. And I say, maybe there's a bit of hope. There's a bit of hope, maybe. And this is what I mean by it. California has been going around collecting signatures in order to put voter ID laws on the book. And they actually have enough signatures and it's going to be on the next ballot. So let me go ahead and give a B1 salute and applaud my folks out in California, because this is a huge step in the right direction. A huge step, but not the only one, but it is a huge step. Let's go here.
We are officially submitting more than 1.3 million signatures to qualify for voter ID initiative on November's ballot.
The California Voter ID Initiative marching those signatures into the Riverside County Registrar's office. Signatures of those wanting you to show an ID when you vote.
We do not run a very efficient election process here in the state of California, and a lot of people have no confidence in the election process in California. So this is a step forward.
Corona Republican Congressman Ken Calvert stood front and center at the news conference as it was announced it only took 5 months to gather enough signatures in every county in the state.
To make sure that people have...
Think about that, family. They said it only took 5 months to gain enough signatures in every county in the state. In every damn county in the state. Matter of fact, hold on. Give me 1 second, family. So there's 58 counties in California. And it only took 5 months for them to get enough signatures in each of those counties. All 58 counties. That is huge. Because that means there's a lot of people that is not rocking with this nonsense. A B1 salute to our good brother, Only Us in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, family. Shout out to our brother Only Us. Brother Church, this is for the Mexican in Chicago. No more money for Jules. Jules lazy. Shout out to our good brother for blessing us with that laugh. Because I understand 100-fold where you were going with that. You are absolutely correct. Jules lazy. Let's let it continue.
Valid ID. This is not a burden. This is something that we use every single day.
But we currently don't use one at least every time we vote. Currently in California, your eligibility, including citizenship, is verified when you register. So ID isn't usually needed at the polls or when you vote by mail.
There's zero evidence of voter fraud or non-citizen voting here in California or across the country.
Jenny Farrell is the executive director of the League of Women Voters in California, part of a group against the measure.
This initiative, unfortunately, is not about election security. It's really about erecting new barriers that are going to prevent eligible Californians from exercising their fundamental right to vote.
How are you erecting new barriers that's going to prevent Californians from the right to vote when in California you need an identification card for every damn thing? Everything. You sneezing, you need ID. You can go and eat and they'll ask you, do you have ID? What the hell is this woman talking about? See, this is the nonsensical stuff that turns people away from the Democrats. You can blatantly, they will blatantly lie to your face, even though you see something with your own damn eyes. There is no voter fraud in California. We wouldn't know that because you guys has never did an audit on yourselves. How would you know? The police investigating the police. And if it isn't any voter fraud going on in California, then you shouldn't be worried, then, should you? You shouldn't be worried then if California is now requiring you to have voter ID laws. You shouldn't be worried because there is no cheating, right? Right? Or maybe there is, and that's why you're so worried. Shout out to our brother Master Musa says, there was never any confidence in the election process, period. So what's new? But good work out in California. Well, in California, this is huge. For California, this is huge. But not just this. It's coupled with another piece of tidbit I'm about to drop in a hot second that makes it even bigger, which can cause a whole situation in California. You know how California is a blue state right now because of the blue machine? That might not be for much longer. But that's the significance of it, my brother. I understand exactly what you're saying, and I agree with it to an extent. Just coming from California, I do know that that is huge for that state. But let's let this continue, and then I'm going to head to the next area over here.
Her biggest concerns is how do you show an ID if you vote by mail?
You know, anyone who mails in their ballot is going to have to start to put their last 4 digits of their social security number on the outside of that ballot, which is a real concern for voters in terms of protecting their privacy.
Why would it need to be on the outside of the ballot? Why would it need to be on the outside of the ballot? And if that's a concern, then, you know, the laws can be passed and changed to where you can actually put your social security on the inside of a ballot, inside of an envelope. But I don't understand why that would even be a thing, putting your social security number on the outside of the ballot. Well, not a social security number, the last 4 of your social. Like I said, none of this stuff that they're saying makes any damn sense. Our brother Mouse said, turn California blood red if y'all have to. Hey, I'm be honest with you. At this point in time, that's the hope. And I'm going to explain to you why in a hot second.
preventing ID theft.
Students on campus at Cal State San Bernardino are looking forward to being a part of the democratic process and have differing opinions on the ballot measure.
I think it's going to cause a lot of confusion. I'm all for it.
Notice the people that keep saying it's going to cause confusion, the people that are not for it are freaking Latinos. And the people who say they for it, guess what? One of us. I'm all for it. Shit. You know, they keep saying we ain't got no licenses. They keep saying we ain't got ID. You know, they saying that it's going to stop people from voting. I'm all for it, though. Go ahead, brother. Continue.
Being a part of the democratic process and have differing opinions on the ballot measure.
I think it's going to cause a lot of confusion. I'm all for it. The voter's ID, the verification, I do believe that it should be a little stricter.
Assuming all the signatures handed over can be verified, then this measure would appear on the November ballot, allowing Californians to either vote for it or not.
And you see the trick bag right there, family. They're going to try to make it seem like, oh, well, we can't verify all the votes, so we can't put it on the ballot. That's why it's important for everybody in California to keep your foot on their necks. Hell, it might be smart if somebody can actually, I don't know, create like a web page that you can go in and say, hey, yes, I verify my signature on this bill. Matter of fact, that might be something I need to get into. Maybe that was given to me for a purpose. Because, you know, there are several places around the United States that can use a program like that. So, yeah, maybe that's for me. But, yeah, that's something that we do need. However, another thing that I was talking about in California, which kind of pairs with the voter ID situation, is the fact that California might not even have a Democratic governor much longer. Oh, yeah, because you see, there are so many people running as Democrats in California that they can actually splinter the whole base. And you could end up seeing 2 Republicans running for governor instead of any of the Democrats that are out there. Let's get into it, shall we? Oh, my bad. Let's go here.
Win, get out. That's the very direct message from the chair of California's Democratic Party to the half a dozen high-profile Democrats that are running for governor.
Now, notice what she's saying. It starts off clipping her, so I'm going to say it. If you can't win, get out. Now, let's continue.
Win, get out. That's the very direct message from the chair of California's Democratic Party to the half a dozen high-profile Democrats that are running for governor. The June primaries are fast approaching, and the field remains very crowded. Here's a look at the latest polling from February. You can see the top 2 Republican candidates are polling around the same numbers as the top 3 Democrats. And the Democratic Party's worried all those other candidates polling at a combined 30 points could clear the way for a Republican victory for the first time since 2006. Robert Honda joins us live after talking to the party's chair. Robert, what's he saying tonight?
Well, what he said probably shook up quite a few campaigns, but the party chief says it's simple math. Too many Democrats could splinter the primary vote and help Republicans gain a top spot in the general election. Let's meet those candidates. 9 prominent Democrats have been campaigning for governor here in the Bay Area and all around the state, but everyone is just campaigning right now. This Friday, that changes. March 6th is the filing deadline to become an official candidate. California uses a jungle primary format, meaning the 2 top vote getters in June go on to the November election, regardless of their party. So with 2 Republicans polling fairly well, state Democrats worry so many Democrats will fracture the vote. That's why State Democratic Party Chair Rusty Hicks put out an open letter, essentially saying, if you can't win now, drop out.
I'm asking each candidate for governor to honestly and candidly assess their viability to make it to the general election. And if they don't see a viable path, to simply not file. And if they do file, to be prepared to suspend their campaign and endorse another candidate if in fact they do not become viable by mid-April.
San Jose State University political science professor and dean of undergraduate education, Melinda Jackson, says with the 2 Republicans polling pretty well, the request makes sense.
The primary elections don't have a huge voter turnout. So, typically we're talking less than 30% of voters turn out for a primary. So again, if you have Republican voters who are really motivated because they think they might get, 1 or 2 of their guys on the ballot, that could really create some risk for the Democrats this time.
Hicks says he understands with such prominent candidates, it will be hard for any of them to picture themselves not gaining ground.
Reality is that the stakes are incredibly high. At this historic moment in our nation, California's leadership, both at home and abroad, is at stake.
There are a lot of great candidates in this race, but somebody's going to have to, kind of put the good of the party above their own personal self-interest.
Well, the Democratic candidates have a few days to ponder that call from their party. And we are hearing that some candidates are already pushing back. For example, San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan. They're saying that they might not be polling that well now, but they will get better later as long as they keep campaigning. Live in San Jose, Robert Honda, NBC Bay Area News.
Robert.
I hope they all keep campaigning. I hope they splinter this vote like it ain't never been splintered before. And I hope they get them a Republican and up in there just for one reason and one reason only. Because if you have a Republican governor and they're dealing with a bunch of Democratic cities, yeah, there's at least some pushback. And if you get the voting ID on the books and you get a Republican governor, you might not ever see another Democratic goddamn freaking governor again. Hell, some of the people that you see in these, city councils, they might be losing their seats. Yeah, I'm very hopeful for that, especially for California. Hell, when you look at the map during the elections, California damn near flipped red. So, what happens when you remove the ability of an illegal to vote in California? And then you insert a Republican governor. Yeah, you might not have so many sanctuary cities in California. See what I'm saying? So yeah, and this isn't me being a Republican. This isn't me rooting for Republicans. I'm talking strategy to save California from becoming a Mexico, even though it's been Mexico for some years now. We're trying to revert it back to California, named after Queen Khalifa. Shout out to our sister Anita Harrell. Off topic, is it true that Miss Crockett, Miss Jasmine Crockett, got arrested yesterday for threatening the president? No, that's not true. That is a hoax. She is under investigation though for assaulting that the reporter that she assaulted. But yeah, she wasn't arrested. No. Much love to you for the comment and the question. So family, that's what's happening in California at least, but let's get to some even better news, shall we? Let's get into it. Family, do you know that Congress says, you know what, we're not going to wait for the Supreme Court to make a ruling on birthright citizenship? No, we're not going to do that. We're just going to come with the Birthright Citizenship Act. Let's go.
People say to me from time to time, Randy, you don't like him. You just are against immigration. And I look at him dead center and I say, no, I'm not. I wouldn't be here without it. My grandfather and my great-grandfather came over from Germany on the boat in 1903. We have the manifest. My grandmother to Texas, went to New York, came to Texas. My grandmother's family came over in 1845 and settled in Central Texas.
Now, Masa Musa, I don't know if they should be arresting the Whigs because the Whigs are the real victims here, ain't they? Shouldn't they arrest her for wearing the wigs in the way that she chooses to wear them? You're arresting the victim, my good brother. Shout out to you for this comment.
They went to New York, came to Texas. My grandmother's family came over in 1845 and settled in Central Texas. If that hadn't happened, I wouldn't even be here. But folks, they did it legally. So I want to thank you all again for bringing this up, Dr. Madden, this Birthright Citizenship Act. Let me tell you something. The radical left is going to lose their friggin' minds over this. I can't wait for it. They're spinning the same tired narrative, calling President Trump and Republicans heartless and cruel and inhumane for daring to address the issue of birthright citizenship. And now 22 states are suing to block Republicans from overturning this deeply flawed policy. Let me tell you, the policy is so deeply flawed. If you've read the 14th Amendment, if you remember the time frame that took place in, I'll give you all a math quiz. 14th Amendment. Can any of y'all tell me which amendment preceded the 14th Amendment?
Anybody? Anybody? What amendment preceded the 14th Amendment? And I got the advanced class with me here today, so I ain't got to worry about the bubble bus kids in the back of the classroom. You know, we're talking to the advanced class today. What preceded the 14th Amendment, family? Off topic, but did you know that Byron Donald's new name is Byron? Byron here in Florida. Shout out to Florida. Shout out to Florida. Yes. And shout out to LT the Mighty. Much love to you, family, and thank you for being here as always. Absolutely correct. The 13th Amendment. Simple math. Before the 14th, there was the 13th. And the 13th Amendment was for whom? Us. And the 14th Amendment was for whom? Us. And the 15th Amendment was for whom? Us. Just got to make sure that that is stated, because it can't be overly stated in these times in which we're living in. Let's go here. Let's continue.
Any math majors out there? Of course, the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery. The intent of our founders and our members of Congress back then was to make sure that African Americans got a place in America. Now, I've talked to judges, some of them in Congress, that said, well, no, birthright citizenship is part of the 14th Amendment. I said, look, just because some court has interpreted that doesn't make it right, doesn't make it law. The courts and the judges get it wrong. Supreme Court gets it wrong all the time. They actually ruled that African Americans could be counted as 3/5 of a citizenship for census records, right? They also ruled that Negroes could use separate equal bathrooms. I think it was Brown versus Board of Education. And then they ruled in Roe v. Wade in 1973. It's okay to kill unborn children. The courts don't always get it right. Here's the truth. The 14th Amendment was never intended to serve as a blank check for illegal immigration. It was never intended to grant citizenship to the children of people who broke our laws to get in this in the first place. Well, this isn't just about immigration, people. This is about defending our sovereignty, respecting the rule of law, and ultimately standing up for the American taxpayer who funds all this stuff. It's high time for common sense for us to make a comeback. We need to put American citizens first, prioritizing their safety, their opportunities, and their futures. That's why I'm proud to stand here with Dr. Babin, President Trump, Andy Biggs, and my Republican colleagues in this fight. We are working to pass the Birthright Citizenship Act and enforce President Trump's executive order to end this madness once for all. So very much depends on it. America's sovereignty matters. American taxpayers matter. American families matter. It's time to fix this broken system and put America first. I yield back.
Well, family, as you heard, the Democrats ain't talking like this, is they? Nah, they're not. The Democrats aren't talking like this, are they? Nah, they're not. The Democrats ain't even talking when it comes down to foundational Black Americans. You have these folks right now saying, hey, check this out. This whole damn situation was about the Negro. This whole situation was about making sure that foundational Black Americans were considered, not just considered, but enforced as citizens. And as he stated, the courts have made a lot of rulings that were wrong, like upholding the 14th Amendment to be for other people. That has never gotten to the Supreme Court in that type of question. The question of the 14th Amendment for illegals have always been one situation under the 14th Amendment and one situation under the 14th Amendment alone, and that is due process. That's it. That's all. Birthright citizenship was never extended or granted by the Supreme Court to mean that anybody that comes over here and drop off a baby can now have citizenship. That baby is born a citizen even though the parents isn't. That has never been a ruling. And in every court case that you find, people have been rejected left and right. And they love to bring up one case, and I forget the name of the Asian dude that they bring up. I didn't put it in my notes, but they love to bring up this case about this Asian dude and whether or not he can be deported. Well, here's the thing with that case. That case was about citizenship because that Asian man was actually considered a citizen at that time. That's why that case went the way that it did. But no other case has granted amnesty and citizenship to illegals. It doesn't, there's nothing. You can't find nothing for me. And if you can, I'll tell you what, I got $500 for somebody who can find me a ruling from the Supreme Court that states that 14th Amendment, no, not even the 14th Amendment, because due process is in the 14th Amendment. If you can find me a ruling that states that birthright citizenship is expanded to people who come over here who are not subject to the government of America, then I will give $500. And y'all have this recorded. This is recorded. This is broadcasted. So all of you tethers can get on your job. I know there's a bunch of ashy hand tethers rubbing them together and making baby powder who thinks that this is their opportunity. Jump on it. Jump on it. Pause. If you can, you get $500. But you can't, and you won't, because it doesn't exist, because it never been ruled. The interpretation of lower courts has nothing to do with the interpretation of the Supreme. Let's be very clear about that for those who don't understand. I don't want nobody sending me to my email no lower court ruling on nothing. Lower courts, they're not supreme over the Supreme Court. That's why it goes lower courts, appellate courts, federal courts, Supreme Courts. See, Terry ain't letting me get away with that. She says, baby powder? A fire. Shout out to our sister C. Terry. She's like, nah. They ain't making baby powder. They're up here starting the fire. Singing, we didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world was turning. Shout out to our sister C. Terry. So yeah, family, that's what's going on right now. And I want to go over to our sister Candace. Shout out to my sister Candace, her fine self. This Candace, not that goddamn tether. And let her say what she has to say on this situation.
Hey, what's up, y'all? I just wanted to give a quick thought on.
Hold on, let me slow her down. Let's go.
On birthright citizenship. The 14th. Hey, what's up, y'all? I just wanted to give a quick thought on birthright citizenship. The 14th Amendment was written in 1868 to secure citizenship for formerly enslaved Black Americans. That was the purpose. That was the context. It wasn't drafted as a modern immigration incentive. It was constitutional repair after slavery. So when the issue comes up today and people from my lineage point out its origin, that's not hate. That's historical accuracy. What we're seeing now is tension because others have come to rely on that provision, a provision that was originally written to address our specific condition in this country. Acknowledging that is not divisive, it's factual. We're allowed to discuss how a constitutional right, written specifically for my lineage, has been misused over time. And recognizing its original intent doesn't mean stripping anyone from their dignity. It means understanding the context for which it was written. That history matters. That origin matters. That context matters. We can debate immigration policy all day, but don't erase the specific purpose of the 14th Amendment. You don't get to call it hate because it makes you uncomfortable. But we have to be clear about why the 14th Amendment was written and who it was written for and how it's been exploited. Be honest, not offended.
Shout out to Sister Candace for that. And yeah, I agree with her 100% fold. All of these other people are moving off of emotions. We're moving off of logic and we're moving off of law. Ubuntu. You said, damn, I can just make something through AI. Let me be clear. You don't think I'd be able to research? You could send me something through AI, and guess what? I'm going to go straight to the law library and try to pull it up. If it ain't in the law library, it ain't there. See, I don't rely too much on AI because, you know, I do know that, god dang it, sometimes, especially when it comes to law, AI don't know what the hell it's talking about, and it clearly makes up shit. It clearly makes up shit. But nice try though, Ubuntu. You know what I'm saying? Give it a shot. Let's see what you got. Much love to you, family. Thank you for that comment. Family, I also want to speak about this situation here that's happening as well, because give me 1 second. Hold on. The Supreme Court just actually gave Donald Trump a pretty large win. Let's go here.
The Supreme Court delivered President Trump a rare unanimous win in a case.
You know what? I'm just going to go through the rest of these and turn them all.
Regarding the manner in which federal courts review asylum decisions made by immigration judges.
It is a big win because it shows that there's a high bar to getting asylum, and it shows that the power is in the immigration judges. You can't have Court of Appeals judges or Supreme Court judges second guessing.
Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson penned the unanimous ruling reaffirming that federal appeals courts cannot easily overturn asylum decisions made by immigration judges.
And that's amazing that the liberal Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson wrote the opinion, meaning that it was so much in favor of the Trump administration that even she had to agree to a ruling.
Wait a second, family. My bad. I didn't know that it was switching the things up.
The Supreme Court delivered President Trump a rare unanimous win in a case regarding the manner in which federal courts review asylum decisions made by immigration judges.
It is a big win because it shows that there's a high bar to getting asylum, and it shows that or Supreme Court judges second guessing.
Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson penned the unanimous ruling reaffirming that federal appeals courts cannot easily overturn asylum decisions made by immigration judges.
And that's amazing that the liberal Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson wrote the opinion, meaning that it was so much in favor of the Trump administration that even she had to agree to a rule in favor of the Trump administration.
According to the Immigration and Nationality Act, illegal aliens may seek asylum by claiming they face persecution in their home country. Immigration judges then vet those claims, deciding whether to grant asylum or issue deportation papers. Paul Kamenar explains the specific situation that prompted the case.
So that's what this family did. They're from El Salvador. They came in and said, we have a fear of persecution because back in our home country, we were targeted by some gang. They shot my brother-in-law, etc. And the immigration judge said, well, you don't have a well-founded fear of persecution in your whole country. You could have moved to another part of the country. And the immigration judge, which is appointed by the Justice Department, ruled against them.
And it's the very same common sense question that we all will ask anybody. If you say that you're moving here to seek asylum, why haven't you seek asylum in any of the neighboring countries? If you're afraid of your own country, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 countries before you get to America. Why did you come to America? Why didn't you seek asylum in the very next country over from yours? Because that is the asylum rule. Like I said, it just doesn't make sense. The math doesn't math. Oh, shout out to our sister Andrea Jones. Much love to you, my sister. I hope everything is okay with you, and our prayers are with you always. Always, my sister. Let's continue.
Went to an appeals judge, which is also in the Justice Department, and finally it went to a court of appeals, and they upheld that decision. And then it went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said you have to defer to the immigration judges because they see the evidence. Unless there's substantial evidence to the contrary, that no reasonable adjudicator would say that, oh, you do have a fear of persecution, et cetera, that you do get asylum, that you have to defer. So it's a very high standard that the asylee has to meet before they can be granted asylum. And in this case, they didn't meet it.
Migrants can appeal the decision to an agency within the executive branch called the Board of Immigration Appeals, and then to the Federal Appeals Court after that. But the unanimous ruling barred the Federal Appeals Court from redeciding the issue themselves unless the evidence is overwhelming.
This is a big ruling because you have these other liberal courts granting these asylum applications, but now it's going to really turn around this whole process.
Would you say this is a major obstacle removed from the president's mass deportation campaign?
Well, yes, because a lot of them were saying, wait a minute, I've still got my asylum application pending. And they had their court dates down the road, et cetera.
This isn't the only immigration case on docket, as the Supreme Court is set to hear oral arguments on a case challenging President Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship on April 1st. Another case that could significantly impact immigration law in this country. Daniel Baldwin, One American News, the White House.
Family, so it doesn't matter whether or not you get a stay of execution from another federal judge. That judge cannot exceed or super exceed the immigration judge who said your ass gotta go. So this is a win like no other for Trump, because now he can just say, hey, as soon as that order of removal's on there, ain't none of y'all, you can't stop him now. You can't go to your Obama appointed judges and say, hey, they're being racist to these people. They just came here for a better life. They're separating families. And that judge can then say, well, okay, we're going to put a stay of execution. We're going to pause this. We're going to put a pause on TPS. We're going to put a pause on whatever the situation may have you. Yeah, let's eliminate all of that. Just get them the hell out. That's my take on it. Get them the hell out. I'm not about to sit here and play with these cats. Pause. In the very same way that now Dems are getting told off in the way that they need to be told off because, they've been doing what Dems do. I want to go to this segment right here because I laughed a little too hard at this. Andy Biggs, he was having a conversation. And let's just go here. Let's just go here.
You were that rude. I have courtesy and respect. Something you lack. It should not be controversial. Only Americans should decide American elections. And that means starting at the apportionment process. And that means starting at the census process. And so with that, Mr. Chairman.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Who's asking?
Frost.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
That right there. I don't know why that part right there had me in tears when I first heard this video. The way he turned around and said, well, who's asking? Like, God dang it, let me make sure I want to even take a question from you. You know what I mean?
Gentleman, yield for a question.
Who's asking?
Frost.
Okay, sure. Go ahead and ask a question.
Well, because the whole first part of your argument had to do with the fact that somehow this helps Democrats. So there's a political issue here. But I'm just curious what you have to say about the fact that Donald Trump, as we speak, is actually creating more undocumented people in this country by doing things like ripping away TPS, right? For hundreds of thousands of Haitians in my district and in my state.
So here's the response to the question. I don't think he's creating more illegal aliens by taking away TPS. What does the T in TPS stand for?
He is creating.
What is the T?
more
No.
undocumented people.
I answered your question. Answer mine. What does the T stand for?
Temporary protected status.
The T stands for temporary protected class. T stands. This
More-
the T stand for.
He is creating.
What is the T?
more
No.
undocumented people.
I answered your question. Answer mine. What does the T stand for?
Temporary protected
The
status.
T stands for temporary protected class. And what does TPS stand for?
He is creating.
What is the T?
more undocumented
No.
people.
I answered your question. Answer mine. What does the T stand for?
Temporary protected status.
The T stands for temporary protected class.
Fuck him, goddammit, and fuck anybody with his ass. Yeah.
Here's the deal. Temporary parole status. That's what it stands for. And what that means is we're going to parole you in for a period of time. We have people who have been paroled in for their temporary period of time for more than 20 years. More than 20 years. And they won't go home.
So you're saying,
and I'm suggesting they need to go home. That's what President Trump's suggesting. I think that's what the American people want. And when we get back to this question,
none of the polls show that now.
I'm sorry?
None of the polls show that now. The American people are overwhelmingly against what this president's doing in immigration. In fact, for the first time in history, more people are with us.
I'll take my time back. I was respectful and let you ask your question. I disagree with you. I disagree with your interpretation of what polling is saying. What I'm suggesting to you is this bill corrects an inequity. So let me give you an example. How many people are in Congress from California that shouldn't be here because you overcounted, including apportionment of illegal aliens? By some estimates, it's as high as 7. My state has 9 representatives. Will we lose some? My guess is we might lose one.
The Constitution is clear that we count persons.
Okay, so from now on, when you're talking, I will interrupt you. Okay, is that fair? You were that rude. You didn't even let me finish my comment. You had to make your point when you can raise your hand and say, hey, I'd like my 5 minutes. Now, while you're doing your 5 minutes, should I just interrupt you all the time? No, I won't, because you know what? I have courtesy and respect, something you lack.
When I say I laughed too hard when I saw this video, I was in tears, family. I was. The first part, especially with the whole part about who's asking. Like the way he said that was just hilarious to me. But then when he made him say what TPS stood for, and dude didn't want to say it. He refused to say it. He didn't want to do it. He said, nah, you gonna say it, and you're gonna say it with your chest. And he said it. And that was just the end for him. It was just downhill all the way through there. So family, I hope you got as big of a laugh out of that one as I did, because that was so funny. And as our sister Patricia said, so refreshing. Shout out to our sister Patricia, god dang it, because I feel the same way. Now, family, here's the last thing on the Democrat side. Well, I don't want to say on the Democrat side, but here's the last thing within the good news sector that I have for you guys is the fact that Trump is now calling for people in the Senate to be investigated. Well, people in Congress, not just the Senate, but in the House and the Senate. He's calling for people in the Congress to be investigated to see if any one of them have taken any kickbacks. Oh, yeah. Let's go here.
Breaking news. President Trump calls for an investigation to find out who in the government has been receiving kickbacks from USAID. And the fine employees at Doge have stated congressional audits shows 3 Democrat senators have gained more than $20 million in net worth, each with no plausible explanation, which means that when asked, they have no idea how they got that money in their bank accounts. They said, and I quote, their wealth just appeared. And because of that, the files have been turned over to Pam Bondi at the Justice Department. Wealth just appeared, huh? You mean from USAID, right? So let me know what you think about this entire situation. If found guilty on taking taxpayer money to make their own pockets fatter, what kind of consequences do you think any of these people should get? Let me know in the comments what we should do to those who steal from the American citizens.
Oh, yeah, family. Oh, yeah. You know, I don't like the Trump man. I don't like the orange man, but I gotta say, I must say, I have to say, I like that. I like that. Because here's the thing. I don't want anybody to be confused or be under any illusion that the Republicans are actually going to be pulling out other Republicans that's been taking money. But what you will see, is those Dems who are taking money, their credibility would go down, which means they're more likely to leave office. They're more likely to be, if not arrested, but leave the hell out of office, because nobody's really going to rock with them after they see the type of kickbacks that these people have been taking. And just imagine how many kickbacks have been taken during the time of Joe Biden and opening up that border, while everybody was sitting there saying, we have to take care of these people. We have to make sure they eat. They were putting together contracts with people for food, for housing. They were putting together contracts for clothing. They was putting together all kind of contracts, family. How many of those contracts had kickbacks to somebody is my question. Shout out to our good brother, Kid Gravity, in the building. Much love to you, my good brother, B1 Night Rider. But another reason, because we didn't went over Jesse Jackson's funeral, we didn't went over some of the losses that the Democrats have taken, but now we got to go through some of the reasons why they're continuously losing people. People are continuously walking away. These people are saying some of the most craziest things and think that people should agree with them, right? So Tallarico, the man who just beat Jasmine Crockett, good for him. But Tallarico has been out here for a while saying a bunch of nonsense, and now he's in the spotlight. Now that he done got over Jasmine Crockett's hump, pause, or not pause, because whatever. Now that he got over the hump known as Jasmine Crockett, he's now being attacked by the other side of the fence, where they're like, hey, ain't that one dude who said A, B, and C? Let's go here, family. Shout out to our good brother Trey Messiah in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Let's go here.
But what did surprise me is the new problem that Democrats have in Texas. It is a big one. They're trying to trick Texans into thinking that their candidate is just like them in one of the most conservative states in the country. They chose perhaps the most vanilla, total nincompoop of a candidate that I've ever seen. And Democrats think people are going to vote for this guy because he's white and he parts his hair over to the side and kind of looks normal in a strange way. And then he opens his mouth.
Our southern border should be like our front porch.
Our southern border should be like our front porch. I want you to hold on to that talking point, family, because the next 3 clips are going to be all about them folks. He says, shout out to Kid Gravity for this. He said he's Texas Andrew Cuomo. Oh, for some reason that just hit me hard in the chest. Read thugs like him until they look harder. Oh, brother, that was good. He said he's the Texas Andrew Cuomo. That's it right there, bro. That's it. Shout out to FBA Chosen by God in the building. Much love to you, my sister Queen. Thank you for being here as well. Let's continue. This I'm never going to be able to unsee that. Thank you very much, kid. Damn, thank you very much, brother.
There should be a giant welcome mat out front. God is both masculine and feminine and everything in between. God is non-binary. Before we go further, I want to acknowledge that our trans community needs abortion care too. Modern science obviously recognizes that there are...
Wait, did he just say our trans community needs abortion care as well? What is... Family, when I say these people say some of the most nonsensical things. Oh, man. I'm scratching my eyelid right now because, god dang it, that is crazy. He said trans people need abortion care. If you're not speaking about trans men who are actually women, then please stop. Just please stop. Just stop. That is wild. That is wild to even say. I can't even fathom what he's meaning, because I know what he's meaning, but I'm trying my hardest not to go there. Yeah, the Frankensteins. That's where he's meaning. I know for certain. Let's continue.
Are many more than 2 biological sexes. In fact, there are 6.
Yeah, the trans community needs.
He said there's more than 2 biological sexes. In fact, there's 6. Where are my biologists? Where are my scientists? Come to the front of the classroom and please tell the class if this man is telling the truth or a falsehood. Oh, you don't have to because we already know it's a lie. What kind of weird stuff? I can't do it, man. These people are too hilarious. How can anybody take these people seriously? And I see it in the chat, and I know where you're going, and I know what we need.
Send in the clowns.
This is definitely some clownish stuff if I ain't never heard it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Rethugs want to knock the LGBTQ, yet Scott has a husband and they shipped 2 kids. Oh, they adopted 2 kids. Oh, Jesus Christ. I did not know that. Oh, man, kid ain't come here to play today. He's taking gloves off left and right, apparently. He said the first white member of the squad. Sitcom as folks. Damn it. Amen. Amen to all of that. All of that. Let's let him continue.
It's abortion care too. Trans people, meaning men who think they can have babies, which they can't. No man has ever had a baby, meaning they can't have abortions. And apparently he hates that he is white. He's talked a lot about that, tweeting that white skin gives me and every white American immunity from the virus, but we spread it wherever we go through our words and our systems, and we don't have to be showing symptoms like a white hood or a Confederate flag to be contagious. He's a white guy, and he's saying that about being white. Think about that. And then he said this.
But I say all this in context of abortion because before God comes over Mary and we have the incarnation, God asks for Mary's consent, which is remarkable. I mean, go back and read this in Luke. I mean, the angel comes down and asks Mary if this is something she wants to do. And she says, if it is God's will, let it be done. Let it be.
Meaning the Democrat nominee for Senate.
I'm sorry, family. I'm over here in tears right now. I can't believe this man just said that. This man said before God came over Mary or come over Mary, he asked her for her consent. If you read the Bible, it speaks about an angel asking Mary for her consent. Bro, I cannot with this guy. I cannot. That was hilarious as hell. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna replay that just as somebody who understands and read the Bible several times over. And the way that he just said that don't sound like a person who understands the Bible. It sounds like a straight up deviant, but go ahead.
Nation, God asks for Mary's consent because before God comes over Mary.
This.
But I say all this in context of abortion because before God comes over Mary, because before God comes over Mary, and because before God comes over Mary and we have the incarnation, God asks for Mary's consent, which is remarkable. I mean, go back and read this in Luke. I mean,
did God come over Mary or did he come in Mary? I'm just asking for a friend. You know what I mean? Because this guy, I don't know. I gotta ask that question.
Which is remarkable. I mean, go back and read this in Luke. I mean, the angel comes down and asks Mary if this is something she wants to do. And she says, if it is God's will, let it be done. Let it be.
Meaning the Democrat nominee for Senate in Texas just used the enunciation of the Virgin Mary to justify abortion. Are you angry yet? And he claims to not only be a Christian, but he's a pastor in training. And Texas Democrats were
exactly, FBA chosen. This is who she allowed herself to be beat by. This is who she allowed herself to be beat by. And this is the thing. Jasmine beat herself because Jasmine wasn't traveling out the districts in order to make sure she can win those districts. She stayed in certain areas, pushing certain rhetoric to certain people, thinking that would be enough. It didn't work out. And now you have James Tallarico talking about God coming over Mary. But first, he made sure to ask for consent. This man knew what he was doing in that statement, and he knew the connotation. He knew what he was saying. Oh, man, I'm sorry. That's just hilarious as hell to me. I just cannot let that go. You see what I did there? You see what I did there? Oh, man, I'm sorry. But I'm not sorry. This has been hilarious to me. If he wins that race, he's going to snap his fingers when he takes his oath. Is it going to be in the circle? Is it going to be in the circle? I hope to God it is. Oh, man. Let's let him continue because I could sit here and just laugh at this all damn night.
Told to vote for that, and they're going to be told to vote for that in November instead of Jasmine Crockett, who was the black candidate. She was even endorsed by the first black Southeast Asian, whatever she calls herself, instead of just being an American vice president we've ever had, Kamala Harris, who, whatever she calls herself, black candidate. She was even endorsed by the first black Southeast Asian, whatever she calls herself, instead of just being an American vice president we've ever had, Kamala Harris, who just hours after Jasmine lost the election endorsed James Tallarico, which is not how endorsements work. If you endorse someone and that person loses, you don't endorse the person they lost to the next day. That kind of defeats the purpose of the endorsement, doesn't it?
This is what's going on in the Democratic Party, family. Do you see the shit show that is happening? I have to use my sister, Miss Niecy, Hurricane Niecy's term, the fuckery that is happening in the Democratic Party right now, all because we said no, all because we won't go, all because all of these folks don't have a way to get us off the couch. This is quite literally hilarious. It's quite literally hilarious. And kid, you're correct. Trump does that all the damn time. Either give an endorsement and take an endorsement back, or talk shit about somebody and then turn around and give them an endorsement. I agree with you. But this is what's happening right now, family. Let's let them continue.
That's Kamala.
Information.
All right, that's that. Now, I got to go here because, like I said, these folks aren't helping their case because they're saying a bunch of stuff that everybody with sense is calling out to be asinine and stupid. It is idiocracy at its finest. So James Tallarico said that our border should be like our front porch, right? Open to everybody, apparently. Now, here is Eli Mistal saying something very similar to what James Tallarico just said. Let's go here.
I want to eliminate every single voter registration law. All of them in every state are bad, right? That's different from voter eligibility. If you're eligible to vote, you should just be able to rock up to the polls and vote. So we could just get rid of all of them. We could just get rid of all of them. And the people will say like, oh, well, we can't do that because of voter fraud, right? Well, first of all, and I know this is going to be hard for some listeners who spend a lot of time listening to Republican lies, but voter fraud does not exist.
I loved how you broke that down in the book.
Nigga, please.
Did you take a stupid pill with your breakfast this morning, Admiral?
What the hell do you mean voter fraud doesn't exist? You know what, family? I'm going to go ahead and let him continue, and then I'm going to bring something else up because, yeah, we're going to address that. Go ahead, continue.
Right? Voter fraud just doesn't exist. It's not a real thing. We shouldn't make laws based on protecting us from things that don't exist. Right? Republicans keep saying we need voter ID. The voter ID is the thing that secures our election, that protects us from voter fraud. And I call their bluff. I'm like, all right, you want voter ID? Fine. Let's make a deal. Remember how this country used to actually make deals in order to move forward? Let's make a deal. I'll give you your voter ID. It's got to be national. It's got to be free, because if it's not free, it violates the 24th Amendment's prohibition on poll taxes. But you give me a free national, I'll give you a free national voter ID, and you give me automatic registration of every eligible voter that is also portable between either in the states or between the states. Portable means if I move, I don't have to re-register. My registration follows me. I don't have to follow my registration. You give me that deal, I will give you your ID card. Who says no? And I promise you, the people who say no are the Republicans, are the ones who claim that voter ID is necessary to secure our election, because their goal is not to secure elections, because again, voter fraud doesn't exist. Their goal is to restrict people from voting.
All right, he says voter fraud doesn't exist. Voter fraud has been documented in multiple, voter fraud has been documented in multiple U.S. states, but cases are rare, isolated, and generally do not affect election outcome, and that's bullshit there. However, even here, they have to admit that it exists. Even though Google just this is Bing, but Bing just downplayed the fact that it exists by saying that the cases are rare, isolated, and generally do not affect election outcomes. You can't say that at all. Wherever there's an illegal voting, it does quite literally affect election outcomes. In New York, they were letting illegals vote for a period of time in their local elections until the Supreme Court came back and said, yeah, you can't do that. In some places in California, they're able to vote because they already have driver's licenses. And these folks don't check whether these people are American citizens or not. That's why the the voter ID law that people just signed on to to put onto the ballot in California is such a big deal. Because anybody in California know that these people be voting. I know these people be voting. I've seen illegals vote in California. People who I know for certain do not have any type of citizenship because they lived around my neighborhood. Not only did they not have any citizenship, nobody in the family spoke any damn English. So I've seen it for my damn self that there's voter fraud. That's what made me get a job working at the voting polls for a period of time that I did. I was one of the people who actually watched people roll up and drop off all the ballots. We took the ballots, we took them from a secure box, put them in another secure box. Well, technically, we didn't open the secure box. We just took the secure box out of the machines, put them into another secure box, and then we sent them on to be counted. That was here in Texas. I did that for 4 years after I got out here from California. Right here in Houston. For 4 years. Because I know that there are illegals voting in our elections. I've seen it in California. I say that to say this. These people continuously say, you don't see what you see. Even when you see it with your own eyes. And this is why people are moving further and further away from these folks, because these folks continuously push the same propaganda while looking you in your eyes and acting like you're stupid. And people don't like to be treated like they're stupid, especially when they have a good grasp on the things that's going on around them. And that leads us to this whore. She might not be a whore. Let me take that back. To this bitch. B-I-I-I-itch. Yeah, I gotta call her all the vulgars. This B-I-I-itch. Who say, you know, black men are nothing but the white men of the community. Remember that, Miss Jamel Hill? Jamami Hill now says she's not concerned about how anybody gets into the country. How you get here is how you get here, and you should be okay with that. Let's go.
There are Latinos who feel like they did it the right way, and because they did it the right way, they're trying to pull up the ladder for everybody else and say, hey, yeah, we did it the right way. We did it the way that, because what they're really saying is, we did it the way the white people told us to do it. And because we did it, we want our gold star. We want gold star for Marcus. And because you guys may have come a different way, and we had to do all this to get to this point and to get this close, I need y'all to do the same thing. And my thing is, listen, they get here how they get here. Okay? Why you doing the work of somebody that don't respect you anyway? I mean, it's like, what? White supremacy, if you guys haven't figured it out by now, white supremacy doesn't need any help. They don't need assistance. They don't need foot soldiers.
But yet, here you are stopping for white supremacy. Here you are helping white supremacy. Here you are lending your face to the opposite side of the aisle of white supremacy. They're both white supremacy on both sides of the aisle. You see, Neely Fuller Jr. made us very aware that white supremacy like to take all sides of the argument. So while she's sitting there talking about white supremacy do not need foot soldiers or don't need any help, you're still representing white supremacy. The Democratic Party is the left wing of white supremacy, just like the Republican Party is the right wing of white supremacy. So what the hell are you talking about? Talking to us, excuse me, not talking to us, but talking to the illegals and telling them and convincing them and promoting for them to break the law. You're talking to the people who got here legally and say, well, you guys are stopping for massa, and these people who are breaking the law shouldn't worry about how they get here. Isn't that still white supremacy? You're just doing it for the Democratic side, the Republicans versus the Democrats. Or as Kendrick calls it, the Democrats versus the Republic Bloods. Let's let her continue.
A lot of y'all weren't even recruited and just decided to join the movement. They don't need new recruits.
How much are you getting paid? Oh, are you just doing this for free? This is just for fun. This is just for show, don't you know? You're just out here giving it to the Democrats for free. Because, you know, if the Democrats needed you, they would have kept you on ESPN. Just like they would have kept Joyless Reed in her station. I mean, I don't see how you don't look in the mirror and call yourself a hypocrite. Oh, I do see, because you don't care about being a hypocrite. You only care about holding the water for the Democratic Party. Understandable. Go ahead, continue.
So why are you doing the work for them? Why are you carrying the water? It's just, why? For the mythical prize of being elevated by a certain group that will make you feel more American? because we all know in this country we have associated being American and what a patriot is with, frankly, being white. And so you feel like if you're closer to that, then you're closer to whatever is the identity and the feel and the look of what somebody is supposed to be. It don't work that way.
Family, I want to make sure. Let me pull this down.
There are Latinos who feel like they did it the right way.
Let's run it back. Did that come? Yep, there we go. All right, let's go here because I commented on this and I want to make sure everybody understands this and they can actually go and look these things up. Okay. So this is 100% proof that these people are completely anti-foundational Black American. I'm going to give you a list of studies to research. Truman Era Immigration Commission Report 1953. U.S. Commission on Civil Rights Study 2010. NBER study on immigration and Black employment. Let's continue here. Immigration and economic studies, status of African American men, 2010. National Research Council / Immigration Reform Commission findings, 1997. Urban Institute testimonies on immigration and Black employment, 2008. And I can go on and on. I didn't even mention Barbara Jordan's study. These people are proving themselves to continuously be anti-foundational Black American. Is it any mystery why foundational Black Americans are walking right away? And that's why I gave the list of different studies. I didn't even get them all up in there. There's like maybe about 11 more studies that I know of that I can put up in here. But I just, had the character count. But my point is, these people are proving themselves to be anti-foundational Black American by being pro-illegal immigration. And if you read these studies, pro-immigration overall is an issue when it's mass immigration. Hell, we ain't talk about Kamala Harris' dad and his findings on the immigration topic. For all those who are Kamala Harris lovers, just so you know. Family, these people are showing us more and more why they are losing, why they are disliked. And we're showing people more and more that we're growing and waking up out of the sleep that they tried to keep us lullabied into. I want to give a shout out to our brother Black Vanguard for posting this. This good brother here is running as the mayor of Compton. And I want you all to hear what he has to say about his experience and what happened. Let's go here. And I don't have his name because brother Black Vanguard did not include his name here. So hopefully he'll do it here. Let's go.
And yeah. Hi, I'm Bishop L.J. Guillory. Yes, I am.
Bishop L.J. Dillery. Shout out to him for this. I want to make sure. Okay, cool. We're at 125. So let's run it.
And yeah. Hi, I'm Bishop L.J. Guillory. Yes, I am from Compton, born and raised. And I was the former chairman of the Public Safety Commission. So while on the commission, we had several issues where people came to us and they wanted to get us to become lackadaisical on the tickets for street vending, where people were doing the pop-up tacos, selling corn with mayonnaise, going through the city and blocking intersections, doing clown tricks and things like this. So we also was inundated with residents requesting for Compton to become a sanctuary city. to which I, as the chairman of the Public Safety Commission, advised the commissioners as well as the mayor and council that we are a federally chartered city since 1888. We cannot become a sanctuary city.
And shout out to him for making that very clear, because guess what? If he wasn't there and he wasn't a foundational Black American, he wouldn't have cared what the goddamn law states. He wouldn't have cared that Compton is actually a federal city and not a state or local city in California. They would have just went about it and did what they did. And there would have been nobody to speak up about this. But let's let them continue.
We don't have a charter with the state of California. We have a charter with the federal government, which means that every person that is elected or appointed, we take an oath to uphold the federal constitution. So these two individuals, one who reported that she was the Latino Chamber of Commerce, which when we checked the Secretary of State, she's not. She said that I was racist because I said that if they are 70% of the city and we should cave in and do what they want us to do as elected officials for all 97,000 people, then we're racist if we do that. I told her that we're not racist, and I wasn't going to go into who in my family is Mexican and how many Mexicans I went to school with and how I have devoted my life to support every citizen in America. But I would not cave in to her threats. She didn't went and got Ronald, who I called Ronald the rapist, who calls himself Najee Ali, who was arrested 3 times for raping 3 different women.
So we can call him Ronald McDonald.
Send in the clowns.
And went to prison, citizen in America. But I would not cave in to her threats. She didn't went and got Ronald, who I called Ronald the rapist, who calls himself Najee Ali, who was arrested 3 times for raping 3 different women, and went to prison for a number of things, including just got out of prison for dissuading witnesses, had never stood up for the Black women in our city, claimed that he was a resident of Compton, and had a press conference with AI-generated pictures saying that Mexicans and Blacks wanted me out of my position. I stood up for myself and told them the reasons why I would not cave into these people. The mayor decided that since the altercation took place, whereas if you hit a public official, that's a felony. This man alleges that I assaulted him, but yet clearly from the camera's perspective, he came up to me. I explained that I would not back down. But since she had asked, without 4 other elected officials supporting her, that since you want me to step down, I'll run for mayor and take your seat, the one I helped you get. So that's what happened. I'm out in the streets, and I have already been certified to be on the ballot when she hasn't even been certified to be on the ballot. And, you know, this is what I'm saying. As a Black man in America, was born and raised, we got to stop saying that it's a Black and brown coalition when I've never heard of a brown and Black coalition. You can't go to East LA, Azusa, Pomona, and any of these other cities and do any of the stuff that is being done in Compton. You can't even do the stuff that's being done in Compton in Mexico. So therefore, since I have family members, since I pay taxes, I'm going to say that the city council must do its job, and that is protect American citizens. And if you are afraid of the cartel, if you are afraid of all these other things, then why are you out with a Mexico flag from another nation and demanding rights and privileges here that you don't do over in the country that you're claiming that you're running away from and you want asylum? This is not the 30s and the 40s and the 50s and the 60s where Black people were supposed to just cave down and be afraid. And I'm saying this, the rights that we have as Black Americans, people fought and died for. I am not willing to give those rights up because some people come and say, you're a racist if you call ICE. Hell yeah, I called ICE. And I promised them, when I am the mayor of Compton, ICE will have an office in Compton, even if I have to give them an R. That's what's going to happen. Thank you. Keep fighting.
Thank you, brother.
Shout out to this good brother right here who understands the gravity of the situation, who understands the situation in which we have found ourselves to be in. He knows exactly what's going on. They're behind the scenes trying to do to him what they were doing in the LA City Council. And he said, well, since you want to try and treat me like that, I'm going to make sure you don't become the mayor of this damn city. So for all the people who are out there talking about what is FBA doing, what are y'all doing, what are y'all doing, y'all just on the internet. No, we're out here really taking over things. We're really dropping the jewels. We're really forcing the sweat. You don't think those people are nervous? This man just dropped all of the tea on these folks. This man just quite literally dropped all the tea on the people in the background trying to convince him and force him to do things, not just him, but the city, for 70% instead of the all. And why are they 70% in Compton? Because you had other people who was in those seats that was making sure they was getting what they need in Compton. That's why. So shout out to this brother, 100% fold. Because as he said, there ain't no damn black and brown nothing. In every place where there is black and brown, the brown is basically colluding to get the black up out of those areas so more brown can get there. How is that a coalition? And shout out to our good brother Black Alpha. Shout out to Black Truth as well. But shout out to our good brother Black Alpha, who always says there is no coalition. It's a no-alition. And this brother here, this elder here, he's making sure that he gets out and make sure people understand why he's running. And it's not for anyone else but his people. So yes, if this man stays on this, I will say he has my endorsement. This is my first video clip seeing him and hearing his story, but just off the story alone, I'm going to put it into the atmosphere that, yeah, I hope he wins. But I also got to put it into the atmosphere that I hope he's genuine as well. You know, it's one thing to use these talking points to get the seat. It's a whole nother thing to make sure that ICE has a goddamn station and location in Compton. Because guess what? If they got a station and location in Compton, Compton ain't that far from LA. Compton ain't that far from Watts. Just want to drop that tidbit right there. Now, let's also go here because I'm used to people in LA speaking a certain way. So I want to go back to this clip that I have of Terry Anderson, a LA city resident, who back in the day was saying some of the same things that we are saying right now. Let's go here, family.
The black elected officials refuse to address the problem. My own congressman refuses to address the problem. And I think the problem is black folks see all minorities as allies. And this is not the case. These people are not here for our common good. They're here for their own good. Where I don't have any ill will towards anybody, I also want to look out for my race. I'm a black American. I've never used a hyphen. But I will refuse to turn my back on my race and see what's going on in South Central to my people and let these people come in here and just take over. I'm not going to sit back and watch it. And I think it's a terrible thing, a horrendous thing for anybody to see this going on and say, well, he's a minority like me, so I won't speak up. I don't care where he comes from. The key to this whole thing is stop the denial, stop the alliances of, in other words, he's a minority like me, so I can't speak up against him. If this was white folks committing these lynchings to us in South Central, what's going on, there would be an outrage in this country. We have had firebombs thrown through windows. windows. We have had people's cars burned in the driveway because they happened to move into the wrong communities. We had a lady who moved to East LA, came to the state from the South, not knowing what East LA was. It was an all Hispanic community. She wasn't there one day. We had another man who was burned out of his house in Torrance last year. We had 5 murders in Hawaiian Gardens just because the people were black. This would not be tolerated if this was white on black crime. But the fact that these people come here, and it's the numbers, sir. It's the numbers. They come here in the numbers. They build up the Hispanic community, and they get this sense of power against us. And there are race riots in the schools every day in Los Angeles. It never makes the media. The black kids are being run out of the schools every day and told to go back to Africa. It never makes the media. We are having people who are being discriminated against on every avenue of society, economic, schools, even in our prisons now.
And I'm with you, my sister. I'm with you. Shout out to this brother, because he was calling that out some years ago. This is the early 90s where he was calling this stuff out. And now, unfortunately, Los Angeles have become an illegal enclave. Everything that he was warning us about, everything that he was saying has come into fruition because we got a bunch of people out there that are not us. And shout out to our good sister Stephanie Mills, who has been coming out more and more on that delineation stuff. As our sister Stephanie Mills states, these folks aren't kinfolk. She said these folk aren't kinfolk. She might not have been speaking about what we're speaking about, but she was speaking about the people who are put into the music industry that has been gatekeeping the music industry. And she said it clear out of her mouth. You got to be careful because these folks ain't kinfolk. And what is our term? Skin folk ain't kinfolk. So who is she talking about? The skin folk. So you got to be very careful of the skin folk. Now, I must also say this. Some people might think that this is kind of harsh. Some people might think that, Dr. Claude Anderson, shout out to him, Butu, thank you for putting that in the chat. They might have thought that he was harsh. They might think we're harsh. Hell, they might think, excuse me, family, my apologies. My apologies. They might think that our brother Terry Anderson was harsh at that time. But what happened? We're now seeing what not being harsh gets you. What not being harsh, what not being harsh provides to you, and what it gets us. It gets other people being able to exclude us and create their own system of supremacy. What is the difference between supremacy? Well, let me rephrase that. What is the difference between people saying black power and them saying, the Nabisco saying white power? The difference is the structure and the system that is put together in order to enforce white power. By not shutting down these people, by not being too harsh, by not wanting to be too harsh, these people actually creates a system of supremacy around us, especially when it comes to employment. Because they can then enforce that system by making sure they don't hire no blacks, by making sure that people don't sell their homes in certain areas to blacks, just like the Nabisco did. Let me give a B1 salute to this sister. Excuse me, to this sister here, and let her give her testimony. Let's go here.
This is motherfucking California, aka baby Mexico. The jobs is hemmed up. The people at the jobs, the secretaries, the managers, the hiring managers, every fucking store I go into is Mexicans in there. It's no blacks, it's no whites. So stop telling me to go out and find a fucking job. You think they gonna hire me? Yeah, if Bijou, if that last name seems Hispanic, maybe it could get me through the door to an interview. But once my big lip black ass come through that door, the job ain't for me. The job is for Francesca, for Maria, for they fucking people. This is motherfucking California, aka baby Mexico. The jobs is hemmed up. The people at the jobs, the secretaries, the managers, the hiring managers, every fucking store I go into is Mexicans in there. It's no blacks, it's no whites. So stop telling me to go out and find a fucking job. You think they gonna hire me? Yeah, if Bijou, if that last name seems Hispanic, maybe it could get me through the door to an interview. But once my big lip black ass come through that door, the job ain't for me. The job is for Francesca, for Maria, for they fucking people. This is motherfucking California, aka baby Mexico. The jobs is hemmed up. The people at the jobs, the secretaries, the managers, the hiring managers, every fucking store I go into is Mexicans in there. It's no blacks, it's no whites. So stop telling me to go out and find a fucking job. You think they gonna hire me? Yeah, if Bijou, if that last name seems Hispanic, maybe it could get me through the door to an interview. But once my big lip black ass come through that door, the job ain't for me. The job is for Francesca, for Maria, for they fucking people. This is mother.
I played that 3 times to make sure that it got into the skulls of the numbskulls who are listening outside of the advanced classroom. This is the experience that we've been dealing with. This is the experience that we've been fighting against. And everybody who isn't a real foundational Black American, and I mean by that, coons I do not find to be real foundational Black Americans, because I feel coons will do whatever they're told in order to give themselves a leg up. But I also don't call coons tethers, even though a tether can be a coon. We deal with things in this country that no other group can fathom. Why? Because we're in our own country dealing with this. Those tethers come from all outside of America to come to America to do things like this. This is a system of oppression. This is racism. So when everybody asks, why can't blacks be racist, but everybody else could be racist? She just explained to you why. Because even when we're in the position of power, we're not doing any of the things that you guys are doing to us. We're not stopping you from being able to provide from your family. We're not looking at your name and saying, oh, Jose, oh, that's a Mexican name. Let me throw this in the trash can. We're not quite literally seeing a name that looked like it could have some Black connotations to it. Hold on. Jose Jones? Well, that last name, that seems pretty Black, but first name, you know what? Let me give them an interview. And then when they show up and, confirm what they believe, they say, yeah, we have already filled the position. I'm sorry for having you come all the way down here. We don't do things like that. We have never done things like that. We have never been a people who've done things like that. But these people get over here, and the first chance they get to get one person in, they get one. Once they get one, they get two. Once they get two, they get three. And then all of a sudden, the whole work site is full of people who are taking cheaper paychecks, but then want to turn around and tell you about what you can freaking do, and turn around and not hire anybody who are actually citizens. Yeah, this is why you're having problems right now, Democrats. not just your demon ways, which you showed at Jesse Jackson's funeral. Whether I like Jesse Jackson or not, I'm not going to sit here and say that was okay. It was not. To your politics, and your politics being overturned. To the things you say when you're shilling. Like, I want to get rid of all voting laws. When that would actually suppress the black vote, according to many studies. The black vote is suppressed when you let illegals vote. Are white votes suppressed? Yeah, they are. Are Asian votes suppressed? Sure, kind of, sort of. But they're not suppressed in their areas. When you let an illegal vote, especially when they live in the area in which we live in, because they put them in the area in which we live in, then guess whose area vote doesn't matter anymore? That'll be us. When I say that I'm completely against this, and the reason why is because my people is put on a hook for this, I'm showing you guys and explaining to you guys every chance I get that my logic is not incorrect. The only logic that is incorrect is that's coming from the Democratic Party when it comes to just opening up the floodgates and letting everybody on in. And with that, let's go over to James Carville, and hear what he had to say, because he was asking in the interview, should Democrats be concentrating more on, and I'm just paraphrasing, investigations or policies? Should Democrats be running on this hatred of Trump and investigating his whole cabinet rather than running on policies that would help America? And let's hear what the Democratic strategists of many decades had to say on the matter. Let's go here, family.
What do you think works better for Democrats? If we win and have control of Congress, we will investigate everything that Trump is doing right now, all the corruption, all this, all that. We're going to put it all on trial for you. Or if we win the Congress, we will do everything we can to make laws that change the affordability crisis in this country.
Number one, by route. And there's a reason. You're not going to change any laws because he's going to veto them. So you're just going to be wasting your time. And there have been, in my opinion, massive mistakes. I think good chance of massive crimes, but I don't want to accuse someone of that. I didn't know he committed 34. And my logo would be investigate, don't legislate. Because if you legislate, you're wasting your time. Tell them, if you want to know what's in the Epstein files, I got one recommendation for you. Vote Democratic. You will never see them if the Republicans control the House and the White House. So for just one reason, if you think there's a massive cover-up in Epstein and they are protecting people and you want to know the truth, you have one and only one option: vote Democratic. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to.
Let me pause it right there. Do you see how desperate James has become? Do you see how desperate James has become? Not just James. He's represented the Democratic Party at this point in time. Do you see how desperate he is? Yeah, my sister, damn, because he's giving damning statements right now. And let me show you why I say that. He said, if you care about what's going on with the Epstein list, you need to vote Democrats. Democrats will never, the Republicans will never release the files in the way that they need to be released. So if you care anything about the Epstein situation, you need to be voting Democrat. That's what he said. Correct? Am I wrong? I want everybody to tell me if that's what he said. Put a 1 in the chat. Let me move this back a little bit. Put a 1 in the chat if you hear what I heard.
My opinion, massive mistakes. I think good chance of massive crimes, but I don't want to accuse someone of that. I do know he committed 34. And my logo would be investigate, don't legislate. Because if you legislate, you're wasting your time. Tell the people, if you want to know what's in the Epstein files, I got one recommendation for you. Vote Democratic. You will never see them if the Republicans control the House and the White House. So for just one reason, if you think there's a massive cover-up in Epstein and they are protecting people and you want to know the truth, you have one and only one option. Vote Democratic. And you know what?
All right. I'm glad everybody has put the 1s in the chat. That means we all heard the same thing. Shout out to our good brother Wild Williams in the building. Much love to you, my brother. It's always a pleasure seeing you, family. Always a pleasure. Pause on all of that. Much love to our good brother. Now, James is saying that if you want to see the Epstein files, right, if you really want to know what's in them, then you should be voting Democrat. But the problem in his statement is the fact that the Democrats had a chance to release the Epstein files for 4 years, and that did not happen, did it? Who was the group of people that ended up releasing those? The Republicans ended up releasing Epstein files, even though they're redacted, even though they're covering for other people. The Democrats wouldn't even do that, did they? So it's quite literally this man showing his desperation by saying, well, if you care about what's going on in the Epstein files, you need to be voting Democrat, when 4 years of Democrat rule did not produce the Epstein files. Am I in the wrong for saying that, family? Am I in the wrong for being able to point out the patterns of their nonsense and call cap on all those patterns? And would you be in the wrong for understanding the patterns and calling cap on all those patterns? Absolutely. The answer to that would be no. And to me, it would be an emphatic Whitney Houston hell to the nay no. Shalom to our sister Astarte Jones in the building. Much love to you, my queen sister, and thank you for being here as always. Shout out to our sister Patricia. She says that's the Democrats' biggest play is to focus on the Epstein files. But the fact of the matter is, if that was a good play, they would have been focusing on the files before they got out of office. So now anybody with sense, anybody who has logic understands that, well, damn it, y'all had all the time in the world to release these things. And a lot of the propaganda surrounding it is only to make Trump look bad. You're not even calling out all the people in the files in itself that should be arrested, whether Republican or Democrat. Shout out to our sister for that comment, and shout out to our brother Och in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, as well as Sharice in the building. Much love to the both of you, and thank you for being here. Our sister Sharice says, look at the destruction of the major cities under Democrat control. But he says no to legislation. Tell it like it is. Say it with your chest. Much love to you, family. Much love to you. Our brother Still Kevin Tree says they ass was busy doing the first ratifications. They were doing the first redactions. I see. Okay, all right. Excuse me. I'm in tears. They were too busy doing the first redactions. I get it. They were that's why they wouldn't release nothing until Trump got in office, because they were spending their whole damn time in office redacting things. I feel you, bro. Pause all the way around. Now let's let James finish what he had to say, shall we?
They're going to do? They're going to get those files. Now, they're going to pass legislation, hopefully to raise the minimum wage, hopefully to raise taxes on incomes over $400,000, hopefully to do something about these massive expenses in daycare and electricity. Now, it's all going to get vetoed, but I'm all for passing it and make them veto and vote against it. But the most important thing that they can do in 2 years is to get to the truth. And they're the only people, and we all know that, they are capable of getting to the truth in the Epstein case. Vote Democratic, win, investigate, and hold people accountable.
So why can't they do that while offering some sort of legislation? I don't understand why he's saying this. It sounds like James wants everybody to just be very hyper focused on making sure Trump looks bad, rather than being hyper focused on showing the American people, hey, we do care about you all. And we're going to pass legislation to make sure that the American people know that we care about the American people. Exactly. You heard what he said? And hope people will come. He's running off of some Obama nonsense. Remember when Obama got in office and he said hope and change and hope? We didn't realize at the time that hope is some nonsense that you can find in Vegas, right? When you go to Vegas and you're shooting dice, you hope you hit a 7. You hope you hit an 11. You hope you go home with money. That's what hope is. Nothing. Something, a wish. Damn hope. I'd rather have reassurance. And then change. People didn't even question what change. Change for whom? And then he gets into office and all the change is for a bunch of LGBTQs. The police department, which, got a lot more money and a lot more protections, even after unaliving our people. This is what they're still pushing, hope and change. Hope and change. I hope a nigga don't rob me when I leave the bank. And I want to change things for everybody except for foundational Black Americans. This is what they're still voting on. This is what they're still moving on. This is still their policy, benign and neglect. Now, family, we're going to end on this. I want you to always remember that we don't take these people seriously for a reason, because what this man just said right here has been fueled. And I'll let him tell you all what it's fueled by. Let's go here in closing, family.
Look, you fat fuck Trump, if you listen to this, you listen good, because what I'm getting ready to say is what a lot of people in this country speak for. Because look, you fat fuck Trump, if you listen to this, you listen good. Because look, you fat fuck Trump, if you listen to this, you listen good. Look, you fat fuck Trump, 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 if you listen to this, you listen good. Because what I'm getting ready to say is what a lot of people in this country speak for, who I speak for. And I speak for a lot of fucking people. You hear me, you fat asshole? This is what we believe. You're right. I got Trump derangement syndrome. I hate the motherfucker. And you know what? I don't want to get rid of it. I don't the motherfucker. And you know what? I don't want to get rid of it. This is what we believe. You're right. I got Trump derangement syndrome. That's what we believe. You're right. I got Trump derangement syndrome. I hate the motherfucker. You're right.
I got Trump derangement syndrome. I hate the motherfucker. You're right. I got Trump derangement syndrome. I hate the motherfucker. You're right. I got Trump derangement syndrome. I hate the motherfucker. And you know what? I don't want to get rid of it. I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. I don't want to get rid of it. I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. I don't want to get rid of it. I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. I want to hate him more. I pray to God in heaven, God, I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. I don't want to get rid of it. I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. I want to hate him more. I pray to God in heaven, God, reign the righteous reign of Trump derangement syndrome. Pray for me, Lord. I'm your vessel on this earth. Pray for the people that listen to this. We want more. We want to hate the son of a bitch so much that we can't see straight. I don't want to get rid of it. I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. I want to hate him more. I pray to God in heaven, God, reign the righteous reign of Trump derangement syndrome. Pray for me, Lord. I'm your vessel on this earth. I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. I want to hate him more. I pray to God in heaven, God, reign the righteous reign of Trump derangement syndrome. Pray for me, Lord. I'm your vessel on this earth. Pray for the people that listen to this. We want more. We want to hate the son of a bitch so much that we can't see straight. Look, you fat fuck Trump, if you listen to this, you listen good, because what I'm getting ready to say is what a lot of people in this country speak for, who I speak for. And I speak for a lot of fucking people. You hear me, you fat asshole? This is what we believe. You're right. I got Trump derangement syndrome. I hate the motherfucker. And you know what? I don't want to get rid of it. I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. I want to hate him more. I pray to God in heaven, God, reign the righteous reign of Trump derangement syndrome. Pray for me, Lord. I'm your vessel on this earth. Pray for the people that listen to this. We want more. We want to hate the son of a bitch so much that we can't see straight. Look, you fat fuck Trump, if you listen to this, you listen good, because what I'm getting ready to say is what a lot of people in this country speak for, who I speak for. And I speak for a lot of fucking people. You hear me, you fat asshole? This is what we believe. You're right. I got Trump derangement syndrome. I hate the motherfucker. And you know what? I don't want to get rid of it. I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. I want to hate him more. I pray to God in heaven, God, reign the righteous reign of Trump derangement syndrome. Pray for me, Lord. I'm your vessel on this earth. Pray for the people that listen to this. We want more. We want to hate the son of a bitch so much that we can't see straight.
Family, I had to play that so many times, family, because I was over here laughing because every time he said, you fat fuck, that shit just throws me for a loop. But also, it is extremely hilarious. Look, it's Louisiana active. He's Louisiana active. Yeah, there you go. Family, I want y'all all to see exactly what one of the key goddamn strategists for decades in the Democratic Party is saying and doing. They're not offering any legislation, and he's saying they shouldn't offer any legislation. All they should do is make sure people understand how much Trump is hated, included by them. And there is nobody really caring about how much you hate the president. People are starting to realize, if they haven't realized before like we did, that this is all just nonsense. And if you're not giving us any policies, we don't care about your nonsense. So I'm incredibly grateful for clips like this, because they're telling people to their faces, whether they know it or not, we don't give a damn about policies for y'all. We don't give a damn about helping y'all. In the words of our brother Kid Gravity, he says it's the best. You know, they don't care about saving the country. They just want to be famous. And this is all of them. This is just their side of want to be famous. I don't care about saving the country. I don't care about no goddamn policies. I hate Trump so damn much, and I want y'all to know that I hate Trump so much. God, rain the hatred upon me. When I say, family, these people are trying to get you to fall into the same emotional context as they used to have us in, You're seeing it with your own eyes. From Jesse Jackson's funeral to James Carville's meltdown, this is all showing you the same thing that we've been saying in the new black media for some time. These people just want to keep you emotional, hyper emotional. But as I say on this platform all the damn time, an emotional mind is an easily manipulated mind. And that's why they want to keep you hyper emotional. That's why they're not trying to talk about policy. That's why they're not trying to talk about legislation. It's because they want you to be hyper focused on hating Donald Trump, even though Donald Trump will be gone by 2028. So what does the Democrats have at this point in time besides Trump derangement syndrome? They have nothing. And this is why we're seeing more and more of them fall to the wayside. And with that, family, I have to say, Dems are the breaks. Shout out to Rahaya. Much love to you and thank you for being here, family, as well as our sister, Ali Alex, in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. But with that being said, my brothers and sisters, if you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear, as well as hitting that like button if you're catching this on the replay to make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. Let me give a B1 salute. Oh, excuse me. God bless me. Thank me. Let me give a B1 salute to our sister Sharice. Thank you for your super chat your super sticker donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister. Family, we ain't here to be played around with. You know, they might want to save that for the horny little teenagers and all this other stuff. Pause. I'm not saying they should go and do that. I'm just saying we're not here to be played around with. We're here to represent for not only our lineage, but our lineage interest. These people take that as a joke, and that's fine. You can laugh all the way. You can laugh all the way down the yellow brick road to your home. You can laugh all the way down the yellow brick road to your home. As Jasmine Crockett just had to realize that ignoring us and talking about everything and everybody else wasn't a win for her, so will the Democrats have to learn once again, that it's not a win for them either. If you hate Trump that damn much, you should be able to bring policy to the people that can make sure there'll never be another Trump again. And that's foundational Black Americans. But you refuse to. And you keep trying to sell us this nonsense.
I don't want to get rid of it. I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. I want to hate him more. I pray to God in heaven, God reign the righteous reign of Trump derangement syndrome. Pray for me, Lord. I'm your vessel on this earth. Pray for the people that listen to this. We want more. We want to hate the son of a bitch so much that we can't see straight. Look, you fat fuck Trump, if you listen to this, you listen good. Because
family, I hope he gets his prayer granted. Because my prayer is that all of those who isn't for the American people will be exposed. All of those who claim to be for foundational Black Americans, but are not, will be exposed. All those who say that this is for the good of the country and it isn't will be exposed. So if he gets his prayer granted and answered, I'm pretty sure mine will be too. Even though it has been, the Most High has been exposing everybody. So, family, with that being said, I want to say this, and I'm going to end with this. I'm proud of each and every one of you, because look what we're doing just by holding people accountable and saying no. With that being said, family and friends, I appreciate each and every one of you. I thank each and every one of you, everybody who donated, supported, whether by Cash App, Super Chat, Venmo, PayPal, any of those. Much love to each and every one of you. Thank you for everybody who's going to catch this on the playback and, hype it up. Thank you to each and every one of you in the chat that's going to do the same. I want y'all to know that what we're doing is not in vain. And even though many people may not say it out loud, they might not call it out, we can call it out and we can say it out loud. I want you all to know as well that it's a good day anytime we don't have a derangement syndrome for anyone like James Carville has for Trump. And with that being said, my brothers and sisters, the doors of the church are now closed. Peace, man.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. It doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever can't stand us black people, he's doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing, us black people going to survive. So fuck everybody. I'm out.